All right, let's do a mic check. Mariana, Mariana. Let's refresh it. Mariana. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Yeah, looks good. All right. So what's going on? Is the universe finite or infinite? I'm done. Moral arguments were always a waste of time. Twitter and Threads have made a huge mistake. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to figure out polarization. Let's see this. Polarization of light. Mm-hmm.
You get polarized light that's only got one orientation. So that's what polarization means. But why do we care about polarization? Well, let me get rid of this for a minute. You've heard of polarized sunglasses. So imagine you're standing near water, or maybe you're standing on ice or snow or something reflective. There's a problem. Say the sun's out, it's shining, it's a beautiful day, except there's going to be glare. Let's say you're looking down at something here on the ground. Well, it's going to get light reflecting off of it from just, light's coming in from all directions, but it also gets this direct light from the sun. So it gets light from reflected off the clouds and whatever's nearby, ambient light. And then there's also this direct sunlight. That's harsh. If that reflects straight up to your eye, that hurts. We don't like that. It blocks our vision. It's hard to see. It's glare. We don't want this glare. So what can we do? Well, it just so happens that when light reflects off of a surface, even though the light from the sun is not polarized, once it reflects, it does get polarized, or at least partially polarized. So this surface here, once this light reflects, it's coming in at all orientations. You got electric field. You never know what electric field you can get straight from the sun. And when it reflects, though, you mostly get, upon reflection, the direction of polarization defined by the plane of the surface that it hit. So because the floor is, horizontal, when this light ray hits the ground and reflects, that reflected light gets partially polarized. This horizontal component of the electric field is going to be more present than the other components. Maybe not completely. Sometimes it could be completely polarized, but often it's just partially polarized. But that's pretty cool, because now you know what we can do. I know how to block this. We just get some sunglasses. We put some sunglasses on, and we make our glasses so that these are polarized. And how do we want these polarized? I want to get rid of the glare. So what I do is I make sure my sunglasses only let through vertically polarized light. Here's some polarizers. That way, a lot of this glare gets blocked because it does not have a vertical orientation, it has a horizontal orientation. And then we can block it. So that's one good thing that polarization does for us in understanding it. We can get rid of glare. Also, fishermen like it because if you're trying to look in the water at fish, you want to see in through the water. You want to see this light from the fish getting to you. You don't want to see the glare off of the sun getting to you. So polarized sunglasses are useful. Also, we can play a trick on our eye if we really wanted to. You could take one of these, make one eye have a vertical orientation for the polarization, have the other eye with a horizontal, and you're thinking, this is stupid. What would you do this for? This eye's gonna get a lot of glare. We wouldn't use these outside when you're like skiing or fishing, but you could play a trick on your eyes if you went to the movies and you went and watched a movie. Well, the reason our eyes see 3D is because they're spaced a little bit apart. They each get a slightly different image. That makes us see in 3D. Well, we can play the same trick on our eye if we have the polarization like this. If some of the light from the movie theater screen is coming in with one polarization and the other light's coming in with the other polarization, we can send two different images to our eyes at the same time. If you took these off, it'd look like garbage because you'd be getting both of these slightly different images. It'd look all blurry, and it does. If you take off your 3D glasses and look at a 3D movie, it looks terrible because now both eyes are getting both images. But if you put your glasses back on, now this eye only gets the orientation that it's supposed to get, and this eye only gets the orientation that it's supposed to get, and you get a 3D image. So it's useful in many ways. And let me show you one more thing here. Let's come back to here. This light was polarized vertically, and so that's called linear polarization. Anytime, same with these. These are all linear polarization because just up and down, one linear direction, just diagonal. This is also linear. All of these are linear. You can get circular polarized light. So if we come back to here, we've got our electric field pointing up like that. Now let's say we sent in another light ray that also had a polarization, but not in this direction. Let's say our other light ray had polarization in this direction. So it looks like this, kind of like what our magnetic field would look like, but this is a completely different light ray with its own polarization and its own magnetic field. So we sent this in. What would happen? Well, at this point, you'd have electric field that points this way. At this point, you'd have electric field that points that way. What would your eye see if you were over here? Let's see. If I draw our axis here. All right. When this point right here gets to your eye, what am I going to see? Well, I'm going to have a light ray that's one part of the light ray. One component points up. That's this electric field. One component points left. That's this electric field. So my total electric field would point this way. I could do the Pythagorean theorem if I wanted to figure out the size of it, but I just want to know the direction for now. And then it gets to here. Look, they both have zero. This light ray has zero electric field. This one has zero electric field. So then it just gets zero. Now what happens over here? Well, I've got light. This one points to the right at that point. This pink one. And then this red one would be pointing down. So what would I have at that point? I'd have light that went this way. And it would just be doing this over and over. It would just be, I just have diagonally polarized light. This isn't giving me anything new. You might think this is dumb. Why do this? Why send in two different waves to just get diagonally polarized light? I could have just sent in one wave that was diagonally polarized and got the same thing. The reason is if you shift this purple wave, this pink wave, by 90 degrees of phase, by pi over 2 in phase, something magical happens. Let me show you what happens here. If we move this to here, Now we don't just get diagonally linear polarized light. What we're going to get is, let me get rid of this. Okay, so we start off with red. All right, the red electric field points up, and then this ink wave's electric field is 0 at that point. So this is all I have. My total electric field would just be up. I'm going to draw it right here. The green will be the total. Now I come over to here, and at this point, there's some red electric field that points up, but there's some of this other electric field that points this way. So I'd have a total electric field that would point that way. And then I get over to here, and I'd have all of the electric field from the pink one, none from the red one. It would point all left then. Look what's happening. The polarization of this light, if I shift this, if I'm sitting here looking with my eye, as my eye receives this light, I'm going to see this light rotate its polarization. The polarization, I'm going to notice, swings around in this circular pattern, and because of this, we call this circular polarization. So this is another type of polarization, where the actual angle of polarization rotates smoothly as this light ray enters your eye. And you know what? All right, actually, I said you'd receive this one first. That makes no sense. You're going to receive the ones closest to you first in this light ray going this way. So you'd actually receive this one first, then that one, then this one, then this one. Because of that, you wouldn't see this going in a counterclockwise way. You'd see this going in a clockwise, circularly polarized way. Sorry about that. You might think, okay, why? Why even bother with circular polarization? Well, I kind of lied earlier. It turns out in the movie theater example, they don't actually do it like this typically. Oftentimes in the movie theaters, we don't have just linearly polarized sunglasses. This would be a problem because when you look at the movie theater screen, and if you were to tilt your head just a little bit, think about it, this one's not really going to get the right image anymore. It's going to get some of both, and this one's going to get some of both. It's going to be blurry. Your head would have to be at perfectly level the whole time, which might be annoying. So what we do is instead, we create circular polarized glasses so that this one would only get one polarization, this one would get the other direction. This way, even if you tilt your head a little bit, shoot, clockwise is clockwise, counterclockwise is counterclockwise. By using circular polarization for 3D movies, it can make it a little easier on your eyes to see a better 3D image, even if your head's tilted a little bit.
Interesting.
This lecture is about the polarization of light. I'll start with these summary slides displaying everything we'll be going over. This is most of the information, and we'll also be talking about a few graphs of polarized light. To understand polarization, you need to understand the difference between polarized and unpolarized light. In unpolarized light, the electric field oscillates in every 2D plane along.
I hated that one ear. It's only in one ear. No one commented. La 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 la.
You get polarized light that's only got one orientation. So that's what
Polarization of light.
What is polarization? Light bouncing off objects allows us to see them.
Polarization of light. Light is an electromagnetic wave in which the time-varying electric field vector E, sometimes called the light vector, and magnetic field vector B are mutually perpendicular to each other, and also perpendicular to the direction of the propagation of light wave.
Perpendicular.
The phenomenon in which the light electric vector variations or vibrations are confined to a particular direction in a plane is called polarization. The transverse nature of light can be demonstrated through polarization of light wave using tourmaline crystals. Take a tourmaline crystal A having crystallographic axis A dash and place it in the path of a beam of ordinary unpolarized light from the source S. When unpolarized light from the source S of original incident intensity is passed through the tourmaline crystal A, the emergent light beam is found to be slightly colored and less intense, as seen from the observer at point O. On rotating the tourmaline crystal A about the light beam SO as axis, we do not observe any change in the color of the emergent beam. The resulting emergent light beam from the tourmaline crystal A that contains vibrations only in one direction is called linearly or plane polarized light. Take another tourmaline crystal B, having crystallographic axis B dash, and place it in the path of the emergent light beam from the crystal A, so that their crystallographic axis A dash and B dash are parallel to each other. The emergent beam from the crystal A passes through the crystal B, and still colored one. In this position, the crystals A and B are said to be in parallel position. We now rotate the tourmaline crystal B about the light beam SO axis. We now rotate the tourmaline crystal B about the light beam SO as axis. We observe that the intensity of the emergent beam from crystal B further reduces. If we continuously rotate the crystal B about the beam axis SO, the stage reaches when the crystallographic axis A dash and B dash.
That was actually very interesting. I wish it went on.
The polarization of light plays a critical role in much of our technology, and it plays a very important role in experiments in quantum mechanics which challenge our assumptions about the nature of reality. In classical physics, light can be thought of as a wave of electric and magnetic fields. Suppose that we have two of these electromagnetic waves in the exact same region of space. At each point in space and time, their electric fields will add like vectors, and their magnetic fields will add like vectors. In this case, the two waves add together to form a new electromagnetic wave with a higher amplitude. Now let us consider a new scenario. We again have two electromagnetic waves in the same region of space, but this time they are not oriented. Suppose that we have two of these electromagnetic waves in the exact same region of space. At each point in space and time, their electric fields will add like vectors, and their magnetic fields will add like vectors. In this case, the two waves add together to form a new electromagnetic wave with a higher amplitude. Now let us consider a new scenario. We again have two electromagnetic waves in the same region of space, but this time they are not oriented in the same direction. As before, the electric field will add like vectors. And the magnetic fields will add like vectors. This time, the two waves add together to form a new electromagnetic wave with its orientation changed as shown. Magnetic fields will add like vectors. This time, the two waves add together to form a new electromagnetic wave with its orientation changed as shown. Now let us consider yet another scenario. This scenario is the same as the previous one, except that in this case, one of the two original electromagnetic waves is ahead of the other one. As before, the electric field will add like vectors. And the magnetic fields will add like vectors. This time, the new electromagnetic wave continuously rotates through space and time as shown. Now let's consider a slightly different scenario. This time, it is the other one of the two original electromagnetic waves which is ahead. In this case, they will add together to form a new electromagnetic wave that continuously rotates in the opposite direction of the previous scenario. If light consists of waves that are all continuously rotating in the same direction, we refer to it as circularly polarized light. On the other hand, if the light consists of electromagnetic waves that are all aligned in the same direction as shown, we refer to it as linearly polarized light. Most light sources, such as light bulbs, candles, and the sun, produce light that is composed of electromagnetic waves that are all oriented in different directions. We refer to this as unpolarized light. Each electromagnetic wave is composed of both an electric field and a magnetic field that are 90 degrees to one another. In order to help visualize the upcoming explanations, let us just show the electric field, though the magnetic field is still always present. Every electromagnetic wave can be thought of as the combination of two other electromagnetic waves, which are oriented in one of these two directions. There are some materials that block electromagnetic waves oriented in one of these directions, but allow electromagnetic waves that are oriented in the other direction to pass through. There are some materials that... In order to help visualize the upcoming explanations, let us just show the electric field, though the magnetic field is still always present. Every electromagnetic wave can be thought of as the combination of two other electromagnetic waves, which are oriented in one of these two directions. There are some materials that block electromagnetic waves oriented in one of these directions, but allow electromagnetic waves that are oriented in the other direction to pass through. Therefore, regardless if it is circularly polarized, linearly polarized, or unpolarized light that enters the material, only linearly polarized light is able to exit the material. If the incoming light is already linearly polarized, and it is oriented in the direction in which the material blocks electromagnetic waves, then all the light will be blocked completely.
What?
If the incoming light is already linearly polarized, and it is oriented in the direction in which the material blocks electromagnetic waves, then all the light will be blocked completely. On the other hand, if we rotate the material, then the direction in which the electromagnetic waves are blocked will also rotate, and the light will now pass through. Suppose we start out with unpolarized light. After it passes through the material, we will have linearly polarized light. We therefore refer to this material as a linear polarizer. Suppose we add another linear polarizer, as shown. Now suppose we rotate the second linear polarizer. If the two polarizers are 90 degrees to each other, no light is able to pass through. Now let us add a third linear polarizer, located in between the first two, as is shown. Suppose we rotate this third linear polarizer by some amount between 0 and 90 degrees. Its axis for blocking light and for allowing light to pass through will rotate as shown. The linearly polarized light entering this polarizer can be thought of as a combination of two electromagnetic waves, each aligned along one of the polarizer's two axes. Only one of these two electromagnetic waves will pass through. Therefore, the net result is that the total electromagnetic wave has been rotated from its previous orientation. The new these rotates. Suppose we rotate this third linear polarizer by some amount between 0 and 90 degrees. Its axis for blocking light and for allowing light to pass through will rotate as shown. The linearly polarized light entering this polarizer can be thought of as a combination of two electromagnetic waves, each aligned along one of the polarizer's two axes. Only one of these two electromagnetic waves will pass through. Therefore, the net result is that the total electromagnetic wave has been rotated from its previous orientation. The new electromagnetic wave leaving this polarizer can also be thought of as the combination of two other electromagnetic waves, oriented as is shown. One of these two waves has the ability to pass through the next linear polarizer. When we started out with just two linear polarizers rotated 90 degrees to each other, no light was able to pass through. But when a third linear polarizer was added in between them, now light is able to pass through our three polarizers. The amount of light that is able to pass through depends on the angle of this third linear polarizer in between the first two.
Yes,
Yo.
hello.
What's Bell's inequality?
Bell's inequality, that's like in quantum mechanics. Do you know? It's like,
Quantum mechanics?
yeah, you never heard of quantum mechanics?
Well, I mean, I've heard of it, but obviously I don't really know what that is.
Bell's inequality claims that the universe is non-local. That means the speed of light is not you can violate the speed of light. You can breach, it's allowed to breach the speed of light. You can have,
Oh, okay. So you don't think that's possible?
correct.
Oh, and so why is that?
I mean, I believe in a mechanical universe that makes sense. And the speed of light makes sense. Having some speed limit in this universe makes sense. Right? A mechanical contraption must have a speed limit in which the mechanics work. According to
Why do you
Bell's,
assume then that that is light?
no, I'm just saying, if
Okay.
if we believe that the universe is mechanical, well, the universe is either mechanical or it's magical. I don't
Okay.
believe in magic. And Bell's inequality says the universe is magical
How so?
because there's no speed limit. According to Bell's inequality, you can transfer information across infinite distances instantaneously, even across black holes.
Well, that's not true. It's not instantaneous, but
Bell's inequality says literally that it's instantaneous. He uses the words in his conclusion. He says that the universe.
really.
Yes. Yeah, I can show it to you.
Well, I would disagree with that. Nothing is instantaneous. It's always going to take some time.
Exactly. That's why I claim that Bell describes a magical universe. So I disagree with Bell.
Like, yeah, I don't even know. Like, even to teleport, it would take time to teleport. I don't even know what. Nothing happens instantaneously ever.
Exactly.
Well, okay.
Exactly.
So is his theory pretty popularly accepted, or what?
Yeah. It's the Nobel Prize in 2022 was for experiments that prove he's correct beyond
Well,
any.
so okay.
Hmm.
I'm confused then. If it proves he's correct, then what are you disputing?
That's a good question. So we need to go through the proof and show that
Right.
it's nonsense. There's got to be a mistake. I mean, all the greatest brains, all the biggest brains say that it's foolproof. It's a perfect proof. And the universe, therefore, must be, they call it non-local. Non-local is, in other words, magical. Non-local
Yeah,
means,
like the source of the universe is from somewhere else.
no. Non-local means that you can do something here and affect something across the visible universe instantaneously. That's non-local. Non-local means you don't have to have a chain reaction between me and you in order for you to influence me. Right? Normally, if you subscribe to a mechanical universe, then the only way you're talking to me right now is because there is a signal, there is a chain reaction. When you talk, there is a chain reaction that goes through the wires to me, to my ears. And that can not go beyond the speed of light. It's actually much slower than the speed of light. But let's say it's, at best, it's at the speed of light. So according to Bell's inequality, you can transfer information by skipping. It's non-local. You can skip the step of the chain reaction. You can just transfer information from you to me non-locally. Non-locally means without a
Like
chain.
through a thought or what?
Yeah, you would have to agree if
Faster than the speed of sound, basically, is what you're saying.
no, it's instantaneous. According to Bell's inequality, ESP should be possible. Everything magical should be possible. It's a magical theory. It's a Looney Tune. That's why I think it's such a complete and utter nonsense. It cannot be true. So the only
That
problem,
idea of particle can only be influenced by its immediate. I'm sorry, I'm just reading
yeah,
about
the
it.
word,
Sorry.
yeah, you can read it. The word instantaneous, where is it? Yeah, it's in the one, two, three, fourth line.
I'm just kind of reading the Wikipedia right now.
Oh, okay.
Just want to get a more
Yeah,
overhead view here.
I'll give you what I think is the best video on Bell's inequality on YouTube.
Local hidden value variable theory. Are you familiar with that?
A little bit.
So you believe in the principle of locality,
Yeah.
and then some people believe in action at a distance.
Well, Bell
Them.
believed in action at a distance, certainly, yeah. And everyone agrees with Bell and basically gave him in
How do
their.
they? Okay, how do they prove that? How do they prove that?
I'll give you a link to the best video that I think is the best video.
Well, okay.
Hmm.
What about like an earthquake?
An earthquake travels very slowly, actually. The waves.
Yeah, but I'm saying like in terms of an object's motion can be affected by another object without the two being in physical contact. You don't agree with that, or you do agree with that?
Well, there must be a physical contact. You cannot.
You think that?
Yeah.
Well, so like I just said, like an earthquake. So like if an earthquake shakes something
So
and
the
it falls off
waves.
of a
So the waves of the earthquake travel through the earth. It's very similar to sound waves. It's actually sound waves traveling through
right.
either the mantle of the earth or or something like that. So it travels through. It's very slow. An earthquake is very slow. You can see an earthquake. You can see the
But I
wave.
don't understand that. That's still, is that not an object's motion affecting another object without the two being in physical contact?
But as long as like think of me talking to you. So the way I'm talking to you is I'm creating a vibration in the wires of the internet. It's an
Yes,
electromagnetic.
I understand. Well, no, it's sound waves. You're making sound waves.
Well, the sound only travels to my microphone, and then the microphone converts the sound vibrations into electromagnetic signal, and then the computer
It obviously no, it has to turn into more sound waves, bro. Doesn't it?
on the other side, yeah, when it in order for it to get into your ear, it has to be reconverted into sound waves, yes.
Right.
But
Yeah.
most of the time it's traveling as a digital signal over the internet. But it's a signal. It's traveling, you know, like I'm influencing the microphone locally, the microphone is influencing the computer locally, the computer influences the wire locally, it travels on the wire. One bit of the wire is influencing the next bit
So
on.
what's the example that they cite then for non-physical contact affecting?
So they have something that's called entanglement. They can create two entangled particles, either two electrons or photons. They can they have done it. They've created entangled particles, and then they,
What?
like, imagine you can even do it with a simple laser. You can take a $1 laser and pass it through a crystal. There's crystals that split a laser into two beams that are
Mhm.
that are entangled, that have opposite polarizations. I mean, if you want to see the experiment, the actual experiment with polarization, I can send you a link to that too. You can just go down the rabbit hole of Bell's theorem. Let me look for Bell's theorem with polarization. Bell's inequality. Polarization. Laser. Let me see if I can find it. What channel was this on? I forgot the name of the channel. It's a very famous channel. Is this it? No. But yes, this is an example. Copy this. I'm yeah, I'm putting links in the side chat. So
Okay.
the last link is how to create entangled light. Basically, they entangle light using lasers. But there's one more excellent video. I don't know if I'll be able to find it though.
That's okay, man. I think I'll hop out of here. All right, dude. Appreciate you.
All right, see you later. Uh, what's the name of that channel? Where is it? Hmm. Oh, they discuss the same graph. That's interesting.
Special episode for our 69th. So welcome back.
In 1935, Einstein, Podolsky and Rosen suggested a Gedanken experiment, where two particles are entangled in momentum to test quantum mechanics. John Bell formulated a test for the locality of quantum mechanics in 1965. The experiment was realized for the first time in 1982, and now, in 2010, it can be performed by undergraduate students in the quantum optics lab at TU Delft. The entanglement measurements demonstrate the non-locality of quantum mechanics. The setup is built on a small optical table. Pairs of photons entangled in polarization are generated using a nonlinear crystal. The polarization of each photon can then be
presented by a self-adjoint operator.
And also, it may be possible to use the solar sails themselves, the ones that... The trick was to use a type of transducer, in this case a chunk of quartz, that bends the path of light in different ways depending on whether the quartz is vibrating. And that vibration can be turned on and off with an electrical current. That means our entangled photons could be sent to different polarizers depending on an electrical switch, a switch that could be turned on and off quickly and randomly in the tiny intervals between the creation of the photon and their arrival at the transducer. All of this means that the photons can't know how they're going to be measured at the moment of their creation, which, if you recall, was a potential loophole in the Clauser and Friedman experiment. The Bell inequalities were also violated in Alain Aspect's experiment, dealing another blow to hidden variable theories. So, did Aspect close the final loophole? Not quite. There are two ways that the Bell inequalities could be violated without quantum entanglement being as spooky as Einstein feared. Well, actually, these ways are still spooky, but in different ways. Now, the first loophole I already mentioned, what if the choice of measurement is not independent of the creation of the entangled particles? Aspect's experiment seemed to eliminate that possibility by making that choice after the particles were produced. But what if the random number generator controlling the transducer wasn't really random? After all, signals could have traveled to both the calcium atom and the random number generator from some common influence, causing them to conspire to violate Bell's inequalities. This is the idea called superdeterminism, basically stating that the particles are not only correlated with each other, but also with the random number generator or the physicist choosing the measurement direction. So ultimately, the universe has no choice but to always hide the existence of hidden variables. Now, we've discussed superdeterminism before, so you can decide for yourself whether that's a reasonable idea, but John Bell certainly did not think that it was plausible. But even without superdeterminism, there's another loophole. Bell's theorem can be used to rule out the existence of local hidden variables. It can rule out that the secret information about the entangled particle states lives in the particles themselves. That's what local means here. But there could still be hidden variables that exist in the global wave function of the entangled particles. Clauser and Aspect's experiments ruled out local hidden variables, but that may mean they ruled out locality rather than hidden information. Any violation of locality still means that some sort of influence travels faster than light, the sort of spookiness that Einstein hated. One way or another, our Nobel laureates have revealed a universe stranger than many are comfortable with. Okay, what about our third laureate, Anton Zeilinger? Clauser and Asperg's work was all about testing the fundamentals of quantum mechanics, about getting closer to what its weirdness is really telling us about the world. But their efforts also led to very practical results. They, and others like them, advanced our ability to create and manipulate entangled quantum states. And Zeilinger put these to good use. He may be the most famous for demonstrating quantum teleportation. This is a phenomenon in which a quantum state is transferred between two particles via an intermediate particle that's entangled with them both. We'll save the awesome details for another time. The important thing right now is that quantum teleportation and the corresponding ability to move around quantum information is critical for quantum computers. Zeilinger is responsible for a number of advances in manipulating entanglement and has applied these to quantum cryptography and to the development of quantum computers. This is a rare episode of space-time in which both Einstein and Feynman were wrong. Einstein, because one way or another, the quantum world is indeed quite spooky. And Feynman was right in thinking that Clauser would never disprove.
So, まずはじめにここ東京で私の研究を発表する機会をいただいたこと大変光栄に思って Okay. So first I will present the CTSX game and argue that there's a separation between local hidden variable models and quantum models via Bayes' theorem. And this separation can be translated into an experiment, at least if the experiment meets the hypothesis in the theorem. If this is not the case,
It's like an assorted mix of weird stuff. There's wave-particle duality where quantum objects sometimes look like little compact particles and sometimes like spread out.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So this year, that is in the year 2022, the Nobel Prize in Physics had connections with Bell's inequality. So let me try to explain in layman terms, what is this Bell's inequality all about? It must be very interesting once you come to understand at least it.
Hello.
Hello, Mark. How are you?
I'm good.
That's good. Are you black?
I'm an Israelite.
You're what? You're Asian?
I'm an Israelite. Don't call me black no more. That word is only a color. That ain't a fact no more.
No, I'm just talking about your voice. I'm trying to figure out by the voice of
Yes, I am of Negroid stock.
Fascinating. It's amazing that I can, most of the time I can guess right just by the voice.
Yeah. I think most people can do that though.
Really?
I mean, most people can. Yeah, like most people can tell. I think that so-called blacks have, and other racial groups have very distinct voices, for sure.
I can tell.
I can tell the difference between a white guy on the phone and a black guy.
Sometimes I can
Unless,
tell.
Yeah. Like sometimes I can't tell. Like if it depends. Like if the black person was raised in like a majority white environment, then it might be harder to tell from a phone call.
I was talking to this guy, and mid-conversation I told him, "You're Asian," and he said, "How do you know that?" I could tell he's Asian by his voice. At one instant, yeah, it gave.
We'll also have Barack Obama in my profile picture if that helps.
No, that's not Barack Obama. That's a white guy. You have a white guy in your book.
That's Barack Obama.
It is? How could that be? What do you
That was
mean?
like before 2008, though.
What, he used to be white?
Yeah,
I've seen pictures
bruh.
of him in college in Africa, visiting his family in Africa with his then girlfriend, soon to be wife, and
Well, every president's been MK Ultra.
what?
Every president has been through some sort of like mind control.
But I've seen him in his college years, and he was black, just as black as he
They
is.
also clone people. They clone people too.
Interesting. So did you
No,
know
I'm just
that?
fucking with you, man.
Oh, okay. Because I was about to say, did you know that black men suffer from mental issues like more than other races? But okay, you're not. You're not. I don't think you're suffering anything.
I mean, um, I wouldn't. I wouldn't say that. I would say that. I mean,
It's on the NIH
I wouldn't
website.
necessarily say. I would say that it's a.
It's on the
I would
NIH.
say that I would say that most I would say that most people can't really like relate. You know, it's more of a thing like we all do have like a very similar situation a lot of times growing up. So, but
I don't know.
you know, every race has fucking mental issues.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. But the NIH site says that black men, I think men more than women, I don't know, blacks or whatever, have more.
Oh yeah, yeah, men more than women. Yes, that's a fact. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So,
And
like,
my
hmm
the reason I would say that is because
hmm
America is it's turned into a matriarchy.
You think so?
For sure.
A little bit. I mean, I don't know.
It's very the US is very matriarchal.
Really? Okay.
Like it's become very like at one point, nah, fuck that. But
I
now,
heard
you know, we got these.
I heard that in the black community, like because so many men are incarcerated, that it's basically a female. It's like a matriarchy. The black community
Yes,
very,
yes.
yeah,
So a lot of black men struggle with that. So
yeah.
basically,
Mhm,
it's like trying. It's like
mhm,
most smart black men would try to escape that.
mhm. Yeah, it's a disaster. Yeah.
Like we have to escape the matriarchy to
Mhm,
reestablish the patriarchy when it should
mhm,
already be a patriarchy. See what I'm
mhm.
saying?
Yeah, I can understand. I mean, I grew up in a household with a very very abusive father that basically, like the worst father you can dream of. So, like, if I grew up without a father, it could only have been better. I might as well have been.
I'm gonna disagree with you on that.
Well, trust me, trust me,
I know it's fucked up. I know it sounds
trust
fucked
me,
up. I know.
trust
Trust
me.
me. I know, bro.
No,
I
no,
know.
no. Trust me, you don't want to have a father like I did on the worst
You don't
day.
want to have no. Look, you don't want to have no father though. Like I would much rather have like a father that smacked me or like punched me than
No,
no dad at all.
smacking and punching, that would have been the best he would have done to me. I mean, he was like pure evil. I mean, this guy did whatever he could to destroy me. I mean, this guy was just my ultimate enemy. Like, I had no enemies ever except for my father. I mean, a really really terrible person. So
And I understand that. I mean I have the same sort of confliction. Like my confliction is um like well, for the record, I do have a father, and I did
Mm-hmm.
live with my father.
Mm-hmm.
But and I kind of me and him did butt heads too. But like at the same time, like I think about the certain circumstances that I had,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like I know what I've gone through and who I am today, but I
Mm-hmm.
also know what people who never had a father have gone through in a lot of their situations. And people who end up with no father at all, a
Mm-hmm.
lot of times, at least well for my people, you
Mm-hmm.
know, dead or in jail,
Mm-hmm.
you know, or homeless.
I
So like,
understand. I understand. Yeah.
so it's like I just pick one over the other.
Yeah.
Like,
But you never know. You never know. Like
true,
you
true,
could have had a terrible dad, and it would have been worse than having no dad
true.
or whatever. It's difficult to predict what would have been better. But I think,
It is very difficult.
yeah. But in my case, it would have been better to have to be, to be homeless. I would have been better off being left homeless on the sidewalk right after being born than, having had this guy for a father.
Yeah. Another thing with that is like one thing I noticed is like people that kind of only really had like them like really under really only really like how do I put it experience the matriarchy side.
Hmm.
Like I feel like a lot of those people, a lot of them, they grow up and they naturally take on like women like tendencies. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that they're not men or that they can't,
Hmm.
you know, end up, shaping themselves into
Hmm.
manhood or whatever, but a lot of them do end up taking like women like tendencies, like being overly emotional. A lot of times, a lot of overly emotional men like they do stuff like kill people. you know,
Hmm.
yeah.
Hmm.
Just for example. But yeah,
Yeah, what can I do? Life is hard. There's no
like I
question
don't
about
think you would
it.
kill. Like I don't think you'd kill anybody.
I mean,
Like not like willingly, not
th-
like yeah,
let's just say that thus far I haven't done anything, that I regret. But
yeah.
yeah. Anyway, do you know anything about quantum mechanics?
Not really, but you can inform me on a specific subject or topic.
So, do you believe that the moon is there when you're not looking?
Yes.
How do you know that it's there when you're not looking?
Mm,
But how would you prove it?
um. Probably. How would I prove that?
Yeah,
I
well
mean,
like, mhm.
I could just find, um, I could just find other instances of people showing the moon while I'm not necessarily looking directly at it.
Yeah, but the moon could be playing peekaboo with everyone. So when people are looking, the moon pops into existence, and when they turn their backs, poof, it disappears. How do we know that the
No,
moon?
you don't. No, it doesn't disappear. You just don't see it anymore.
No, but how do you know? Maybe it does disappear. Maybe it actually plays peekaboo. Maybe it actually disappears when you're not looking.
Okay, well, let's say I sleep outside.
Right, as long as you're looking, it's gonna pretend that it's there. But as soon as you look away, poof, it immediately disappears. When you look back and look at it, boof, it comes back into existence. How would you know that it's not playing a game with us? How do you know that that I exist? Right? Maybe when right.
This sounds really like this sounds like an atheistic imposition.
I don't know about that, but that is basically what Bell's theorem, Bell's inequality is all about. It's about, it's called realism.
Yeah, like I'm bad at that stuff. Like like I don't mind the conversation about it, but like to
That's
me that stuff is like very, how do I put it? Like it's very, I don't think it gives insight to a edifying conversation.
well, they gave the Nobel Prize in 2022 to people who proved Bell's inequality. That basically proved uh, that the universe is not local and it's not real. So they proved that the moon is not there when you're not looking. That's what they gave the Nobel Prize to.
Yeah, like I feel like that's idiocy.
Yeah, I agree, but but that's modern physics. That's Bell's inequality. That's why I call it BS. I think it's more dangerous than any other philosophy.
I don't necessarily, well, like I think that is, how I'll put it, like a lot of fucking, that's why I said it's like an atheistic imposition, because like a lot of atheists or creator deniers.
I'm a
And not,
creator.
I'm not
I'm
saying
a
everybody.
denier.
I'm not saying
I'm a creator denier. This is not
no.
this.
I'm not saying like you specifically, but I'm saying a lot of them.
No,
A
but
lot of them,
that's
they have these.
correlation. That's just correlation. That just it happens to be that people who are atheists believe in this, but people who are cultish also believe in this nonsense. It's actually
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's like that too. Like you are right about that. Like also a lot of religious people um
it's good.
believe in these things and
Yeah,
shit, but
it's a good foundation for any religion. Religious people, they love it that the universe, basically it's a lawless universe. It allows you can say anything you want once you say that this universe is basically, it says that the universe is magical. And once you say the universe is magical, you can have ghosts and you can have a god and and prophecy, and you can have the whole
right.
Bible.
So that's my thing, is that people try to, like, because of like the various things that you just listed, people, they try to say that these are not verifiable, or these are false, or these are not true. You know what I'm saying? And that, and I think with a lot of modern academia, or just a modern school of thought in general, is that these previous civilizations and their knowledge about the natural world and the supernatural world was not, is not how do I put it?
No, but because of Bell's
Yeah.
inequality, you can now believe in any supernatural uh, phenomenon that you want to believe. You can believe in anything. Once you believe in Bell's inequality, then anything goes. You can believe in anything. It like basically Bell's inequality. Bell proved that you can have magic. You can have basically you can say
Yeah.
abracadabra and poof, somebody can turn into a banana. That's basically what it
Yeah,
proves.
I mean that's like that's the thing. Like that's why I don't like these kind of, here's my new scientific theory about the metaphysical laws of the universe. That's why I don't like these conversations, because
But you have to disprove it. You
we
can't.
already like
I
it's
don't
we
like it.
already know this shit.
Yeah, yeah, but you have to disprove it. You can't just sit back and say I don't like it. you gotta go to war. You gotta go to
But
war
that's the
against.
thing though. Like,
Hmm.
it's no point. It's no point in trying to. There's no
Yes,
point in trying to prove or disprove it.
you gotta do it.
There's no point.
You gotta do it. That's like saying I'm not gonna go to war because there's no point. The enemy is gonna win. That's defeatist. You cannot defeat yourself.
No, but you can't. But you can't debate against something with partial truths in it. Like, what I'm saying, like I'm gonna go to war for a cause, but I'm not gonna go to war for a shitty cause. Like, for example, debating some shit that I can say, oh well, yeah, that statement is true. Or wait, that part of that is not. You know what I'm saying? It might not be true, or
But
this is a theory. You know what I'm
it
saying?
doesn't matter. You have to disprove whatever you feel is wrong. You can't just say I don't like it. You gotta prove it wrong. If they prove it to be correct, you have to find where they took a misstep, where they made a mistake in their proof. And it doesn't matter that these people seem to have very big brains. You can defeat them. You're stronger than they are. It sounds funny, but you can defeat them. You have to believe in yourself. You have to. You have to take up the mantle and you have to go to war. You can't just, you know, roll, what do they call it? Roll and die, roll up into a cookie and die. You can't roll on your back and let them kill you.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna go to war with somebody that has a theory that says,
You
well,
have to.
anything can happen.
You have to. You have to.
That's some fucking bull, bro.
No,
Anything can happen, bro. Like
no.
a 3-year-old could have came up with that shit.
No, but look, these people have, PhDs in mathematics and physics and,
That's the thing. Like, fuck your PhD. Fuck your fucking
fine, but you have to go to
like.
war. You can't just declare that they're dumb.
No, they're probably they might kill themselves off.
No, you can't just. They're gonna kill. Meanwhile, they're destroying civilization. Meanwhile,
Okay, that's true.
so
Okay,
you
that's
got to
true.
go to war. You got nothing better to do. This is the best hill to die on, if there ever was one. This is it. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is the foundation of all evil. And you can't just give up. You can never give up. You have to believe that you can win. You have to believe in yourself. You have to believe that you have the power. You have to take your time, study your enemy carefully, and then
No, trust me, I agree with you, but I agree with you. But I would just spend more time, like you said, studying my enemies
Mhm.
compared to trying to fucking go into fucking loopholes about Bell's inequality.
Okay, so you got to
Yeah,
take your time,
shit like
study their proof, study
and
slowly
fucking Nobel Prize.
how they proved. 1 second, crackhead, 1 second. You have to
Yeah.
take your time, study their proof,
Mhm.
study everything about them slowly, slowly until you figure out where they made a mistake. They must have made a mistake because their
I mean, we
conclusions.
already we already know who they are.
Yeah, you know who they are. That's not going to help you. You know who they are. They make videos,
Right,
proclaiming who they are. So you know who they
right.
are. And so,
Well, do you think they're gonna get away with it?
yeah. Meanwhile, they're getting away with it.
There's no fucking way.
Well, right now I'm the only one you will see anywhere that is, defending against them.
Yeah, but you're not actually defending them.
Well, I'm trying, I'm doing my best. I'm studying slowly everything they're saying. Of course.
Oh, so
Mhm.
you're like a nerd. You would take the microchip implant.
No, it's nothing to do with any microchip implants.
No, I was just asking. Like it's off topic, but
No, no,
like I don't know. Like, are you like defending like the global elite?
no, this is nothing to do with the global elites. This is nothing to do with no, I'm not. I'm not a
Well,
left.
we're talking about people. I mean, well, you kind of mentioned like they're destroying civilization and
I'm not a
so on and
leftist.
so forth. And
I'm not a
yeah,
leftist. I'm a Trump. I'm a proud Republican.
I
I'm a
mean, well,
Trump
it has
supporter.
nothing to do with left or right wing. But I get what you're saying.
No, what do you mean? It's only the left that is dangerous. The right, the Republicans, the Trump supporters, the Elon Musk supporters. We're doing our best to destroy, to defend, defend the republic against the enemies, against the George Soroses.
That's very funny.
Well,
You're actually a decent troll.
I'm not a troll. Why would you say I'm a troll?
Because like, there's no way you actually think like only the left is the enemy.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
There's no way. Like,
no, I
two
agree.
wings, same
No,
bird.
the left, no, the extreme left, the George Soros, that's like the left. They're the enemy. But you also Putin. Putin is just as much as the enemy as George Soros. So
I agree.
So you could say a lot of the right wingers support Putin. So Putin is up to no good. He's endangering civilization probably just as much as George Soros. So yeah, you're right. It's not just the left. There's plenty of idiots on both sides, and we have to defend against both types. Yeah.
So who do both sides answer to? Obviously, global elitists.
No. Putin doesn't
I
answer.
mean,
No, George
you
Soros.
got some.
No, George Soros
They all
does.
answer to banking families. So
No,
okay.
there's nothing. No. I'm pro banking. The bankers are the good guys. That's wrong. The bankers happen to
Nah,
be, yeah, the bankers and the finance guys are perfectly. I mean, some of them, it depends. If you're, it really depends. But in general, a banker is a good guy. I mean, if you need a loan, you go to the banker to get a loan. So the banker is a good guy on the day that he gives you a loan. Who is a good guy? Who gives you a loan? A banker. So a banker is a good guy. A banker facilitates, like the
right.
banker connects the guy that
So
wants. Mhm.
so what's been facilitated? The complete destruction of Earth and civilization as a whole.
Not because of the bankers. You could say it's the Putins and the George Soroses that destroyed the world. It's not the bankers. Wait, I can't hear you. Your audio. You're talking to the wrong mic. Wrong mic.
Also, the fucking
I can't hear you, Mark. You're talking to the wrong mic. You're. Yeah, I can only hear your echo.
general, in general,
Hmm.
they play a role. Everybody plays their part. You're gonna have your NATO. You're gonna have your EU. You're gonna have your
No. There's no conspiracy. Stop it. There's no conspiracy. Stop.
nah. What conspiracy?
There's
What
no.
are you talking about?
There's no roles. Putin really believes in taking over the world, and George Soros really believes in manipulating the world. I mean, these people,
Yes,
they don't
they do.
answer. Yeah, they don't answer to anyone. These people are just like you and me. Like you don't answer to anyone.
No. Oh
You
hell
don't
no. Fuck no. Fuck no.
exactly. So
They answer to some bro.
you
They
don't
answer to
answer.
somebody.
You don't answer. You don't report to anyone. You're not controlled by anyone. Neither is George Soros and neither is Putin.
Did they answer to somebody?
Then so do you. How would
They
you?
all
Then what? You
this is
answer.
how I put it.
You too. You answer to
Look
somebody.
look at it this way. Look at it this way. The world is a stage, right? So
No, no, the world
all of the
isn't.
different no look, 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 all of the different actors on said stage have to play their part. So
No, no.
they might so
There's no evidence of
they're
that.
gonna make it they're gonna make it appear they're gonna make it appear like
No, there's no
they're gonna make it
evidence.
appear like
No,
there's no there's no conspiracy. You know, World War Three,
no,
NATO,
no. There's no
EU. Then
evidence.
World War Three happened.
No,
Then
no.
when everybody said there will be no World War
It
Three,
doesn't
those
look.
guys are
There
just
might
conspiracy
be. There
theories.
might
And then
be. Hold on.
and then it
No.
happens, and then boom, globalization. They all want that one world globalized
You
government
promised me.
with the one world
You promised.
digital currency, the
Oh
rise
my
of AI,
God! Wait a minute.
the
You promised
microchip,
me. I thought you're not suffering from any like
the microchip,
schizophrenia.
the microchip implants.
Oh my God! Stop! Stop being crazy.
You said I thought you're not suffering from any. Well, maybe I am
No. So stop it.
because no,
Stop.
I'm not
Stop.
gonna sit
Stop.
here and let you
Let
act
me.
like
Like what?
Pizzagate isn't true. You know the Clintons are You know a lot of these
No.
global. You know a lot of these global elitists are trafficking children. You know they're
No.
trafficking children.
No. There's no evidence. I never heard of any
You know there
evidence.
you do.
No.
You know there's evidence of Pizzagate.
No. No.
You know Pizzagate is true.
No. No. I never. I've never seen any evidence of Pizzagate except for
You know the
nonsensical.
Clintons and Trump were on Epstein's island.
So what? So what?
I said, you know, the Clintons and Trump were on Epstein's island.
I don't know if Trump was. Clinton, I think. I don't know if the Clintons. I know.
The flight logs are there.
So what if
Bro
they
is the
were
king of
on
conspiracy
Epstein's
theories.
island? So what? Who cares?
You know,
Okay.
bro is the king
There were
of
underage
conspiracy
minors
theories.
running around
Wait, crackhead, hold
Epstein's
on,
island.
crackhead.
And
Let me continue with Mark. We're on a roll. Wait, Mark. So what if Clinton was on Epstein's island? So
then
what?
why didn't he say anything about the minors that were being
I don't
trafficked?
know. I don't know. I don't know if they were trafficked. I don't know if I don't know what went on.
So how do they get there? Were they like, did he have 300 kids
I
on the
honestly,
island?
I don't know what happened on Epstein's island. I know that what's her
Dude,
name? She went to
we know
jail.
these global elitists are homosexual pedophiles, and they will be held accountable.
Okay, maybe sure. I don't mean maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know, and how is this related to anything?
Keep thinking the left are the only bad guys.
No. I said already that it's the Putins are just as bad as the Soros says. So Mhm.
Well, I'm
Yo,
saying
bro,
they answer to someone.
the hell
What's
you
your
lying
evidence?
on
Wait,
YouTube?
crackhead, hold on. Wait,
You're lying
Mark,
on
what's your
YouTube. The
evidence?
hell?
Wait, crackhead, let me finish with Mark. After I'm done, I'll talk to you. So, Mark, what do you mean? You think Putin answers to someone? Someone controls Putin?
Of course.
Who controls Putin? What's his name? What's his controller's name?
I can't tell you. I can't tell you their names.
Okay, then what's your evidence? What's your evidence that Putin is being controlled?
Because every president is controlled.
What's your evidence? What's your evidence that
There's
what's your
because
evidence?
there's no answer because there's no
But what's your
president or prime
evidence?
minister that answers to no
What's your
one, bro.
evidence? What's your evidence? What's your evidence Putin is being controlled?
What's my evidence Putin is being controlled?
Yes.
What's your evidence that he's not being controlled?
Look, you're suggesting that he is being controlled. All I'm saying is that there is no evidence that he is being controlled. So you either agree with
I
me,
mean,
so you agree that there is
it
no
can
evidence.
it can be foreign influence.
But
It could
what's your
be
evidence? Could be is fine. What's your evidence that Putin is being controlled? What's your evidence?
okay. I'll provide you with evidence.
Hmm. When?
Give me 1 second.
Hmm. La 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 la. La 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 la. I wish I had a clock. Oh, I guess I have a clock. 1:34 p.m. When did we start talking about Putin?
Hold up.
Mhm.
In empty space, light always travels at the same speed from the perspective of all observers. But light can slow down when it passes through a material. Its axis for blocking light and for allowing light to pass through will rotate as shown. The linearly polarized light entering this polarizer can be thought of as a combination of two electromagnetic waves. Each
Okay, whenever you're ready, I'm listening. I'm gonna turn off my mic.
My bad. I'm almost done. I'm just
Yeah, take your
linking
time.
the
Take your
sources.
time, no problem.
Yeah, I'm just throwing the sources up in there. That's all.
All right, so this is the answer to how the halfway through filter actually adds light. Because you can think of the polarized light that is perfectly up and down relative to this guy that only cares about, let's say, this direction, the purple direction. So you can break the up and down into purple and pink, and you only take the purple. And then the same you would do in this stage. So you could do a vector analysis and show that using vectors. Oh. Crackhead, you can talk because I'm waiting for Mark to present evidence.
He's the king of conspiracy theories, you know? He's like that.
Yeah, but it's fine. As long if he has evidence, then it's
There you
fine.
go. I sent the evidence to your DM.
Message request, accept. Wait, both of them left? They both left? Oh my god. All right. Anyway, so this explains how. Right, so the same now we're going to do, we only have the purple, but the purple relative to this guy, to the red, so you can break the purple. Let's see if this is what she does.
Aligned along one of the polarizer's two axes.
So if this goes only in the purple direction, how can you turn the purple into red and pink again? So yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
Only one of these two electromagnetic waves will pass through.
That's
Therefore, the net
purple.
result is that the total electromagnetic wave has been rotated from its previous orientation. The new electromagnetic wave leaving this polarizer can also be thought of as the combination of two other electromagnetic waves, oriented as is shown. One of these two waves has the ability to pass through the next linear polarizer. When we started out with just two linear polarizers rotated 90 degrees to each other, no light was able to pass through. But when a third linear polarizer was added in between them, now light is able to pass through our three polarizers. The amount of light that is able to pass through depends on the angle of this third linear polarizer in between the first two. In empty space, light always travels at the same speed from the perspective of all observers. But light can slow down when it passes through a material. In the case of some materials, light will slow down by a different amount depending on which direction the electromagnetic wave is oriented. Down when it passes through a material. In the case of some materials, light will slow down by a different amount depending on which direction the electromagnetic wave is oriented. Suppose that the difference by which the waves are slowed down is 1/4 of a wavelength. In this case, we refer to the material as a quarter wave plate. When linearly polarized light passes through a quarter wave plate at a 45-degree angle to the wave plate's two axes, the wave can be thought of as being composed of two different electromagnetic waves, one of which is slowed down by a quarter wavelength more than the other. The waves leaving the quarter wave plate add together as vectors. When linearly polarized light passes through a quarter wave plate, it is converted into circularly polarized light. If the circularly polarized light passes through another quarter wave plate, the incoming circularly polarized light can also be thought of as two waves, one of which is slowed down by a quarter wavelength more than the other. Therefore, when circularly polarized light passes through a quarter wave plate, it is converted back into linearly polarized light. Quarter wave plates convert linearly polarized light into circularly polarized light, and they convert circularly polarized light back into linearly polarized light. The phenomena described here plays a very important role in much of our technology. And it plays a very important role in experiments in quantum mechanics, which challenge our assumptions about the nature of reality. Much more information is available in the other videos on this channel, and more videos will be coming soon.
This is 9 years ago. So this is what I was looking for. This explains basically everything. So what I was looking to...
Hey guys, so welcome to...
I was looking to explain this video.
These probabilities seem to only depend on the angle between the two filters in question, and not on anything that happened to the photon before, including potentially having passed through a different filter first.
But the real numerical weirdness here happens for filters oriented less than 45 degrees apart. For example, at 22.5 degrees, any photon which passes through that first filter has an 85% chance of passing through the second filter. To see where all these numbers come from, by the way, check out the second video.
What's strange about that last number is that you might expect it to be more like halfway between 50% and 100%, since 22.5 degrees is halfway between 0 and 45, but 85% is significantly higher. To see concrete...
The effect on the intensity of a filter is cosine squared. So this is basically cosine squared, if I'm not mistaken. And there's another video that I watched today, a good video. Faz de Pink Floyd quando houve som de submarino. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. This is a good video. This single-handedly explains this. Unfortunately, there's no one to actually have a conversation with.
And if it was measured at B.
Them run many.
This is the quantum entanglement stuff. Maybe we should just put the links here.
To the episode 69 of the Eigen Bros. So we have a special episode for our 69th. Sorry, I couldn't resist the meme potential, but no, we're doing a fun one on Bell's inequality.
Yeah.
So we talked a little bit about what did we talk about? One,
we kind of highlighted a bunch of like stuff that motivated Bell to kind of try to answer this question of basically quantum mechanics existing, coexisting with special relativity, and then almost like they're at odds with each other, and then try to see if the universe, like if entanglement is a thing that's real.
Right. Then we get into probability and a little bit of all that kind of stuff, entanglement stuff. Did you say entanglement?
Yeah.
Okay. So then there you go. That's pretty much the extent.
No, but then the historical context of like Bell's theorem as well, like just and some little other neat tidbits about that. And at the end we kind of just discussed like our quantum
Yeah, National Geographic. That was the channel I was looking for. National Geographic. They had a good video on this topic. So this is Bell's Inequality, National Geographic. No, not this. That's interesting. 3 hours? Jesus. Wasn't it National Geographic's? This is IBM. What a terrible video. No. Yeah, I need to watch this again. Where is that video? Somebody made a response video. Where's the National Geographic channel? National Geographic channel polarization. Just polarization.
Nat Geo challenged me to go on a 20.
But this was a few years ago, so I'm not going to be able to find it. This is Bell. It was about 4 years ago. I'm not going to be able to find it. It's so difficult to find videos, Jesus. I don't know. National Geographic Bell Laser. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Different flavors of probabilities, like how those are real things in some sense.
Right. So yeah, so cool guys. Just make sure once again to like, subscribe, comment,
this
share the video,
vector.
and then check us out at eigenbros.com. Also check out Twitter Eigenbros, check out Instagram Eigenbros, and then TikTok Eigenbros too. We'll see you guys in a bit.
3, 2, 1.
Hello guys, welcome back to the Eigenbros podcast once again.
Yes.
So as you saw in the intro, we will be talking about Bell's inequality, and yeah, pretty interesting stuff. Me and Juan actually learned about this. At least for me, I'll say embarrassingly, I only learned about it in graduate school. I didn't really know anything about it in undergraduate. I knew of the Bell curve, as people say.
Yeah.
But I don't even know if that's related to Bell's inequality. But
not really.
That's the extent of my Bell knowledge, besides Taco Bell.
Yeah, that's the only Bell that people outside of physics know.
Yeah.
You know, like Bell. It's not Alexander Graham Bell. It's a different kind. It's a different Bell.
What is Bell curve from?
Bell curve is from. It's some statistical thing. I guess just the way it looks like a bell.
It's kind of ironic because Bell's inequality also has to do with a curve. It's the same as a bell curve.
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
I thought the inequality was like just literally a mathematical quantity.
It is, but the big reveal, I guess, spoiler alert, is like instead of the tracing out the little sawtooth wave, like, or not sawtooth, but the triangle wave, it's a sinusoidal wave.
Oh yeah.
It looks like a bell.
Oh, I guess it is kind of ironic.
Yeah. I was like, is this where bell curves from? I was like, no, it's not, because laymen don't know that. It's like a finance thing.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. It was kind of interesting, like, because I mean, we've had discussions about this, and then like modern physics is kind of built on this concept, this theorem, Bell's theorem, right?
A lot of modern physics research definitely utilizes Bell's theorem.
Yeah,
quantum
I mean,
mechanics.
like that, reading about it, or just sort of like reviewing, just so we could have a discussion about it, like, was kind of illuminating because it made, how would you say, it made me realize how much of modern quantum mechanics is built on this, and then how much of the like leading theories are kind of pushing the boundary on this. Because for those of you that don't know, Bell's theorem says it's a sort of proposition by the gentleman, I forgot his name. I had it in my notes.
John Stuart Bell.
John Bell. Thank you. What a generic
Daily
name.
Show.
Sorry, rest in peace. He died a couple of years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he got the Nobel Prize. He got the Nobel Prize for it, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Good for him. At least you got to see that.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it's because it's such an important result, because it kind of gives. Actually, I'm too much of a scatterbrain. I don't know, Terrence. What did you synthesize from this? Because I have a thought about how to say it, but
there's a lot of info, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to piece together. So yeah, I feel like I could research this one for like a week straight and still be getting things.
Yeah,
for sure. And I've been researching it for like years now. Continuously, I'll just go back to it. There's a couple of good videos by Eugene Kuyansky. Also good videos by Arvin Ash and I want to say Myth and Yoga Nathan too. I can't remember what she has.
Yeah, the PBS Science Channel as well has
okay,
stuff on it. I remember watching it a long time ago. I mainly read for this.
Yeah.
Because I was like, man, there's so many cool little things. Like, I guess just defining it for the people listening, because we're kind of like ranting.
Around the bush.
Yeah, we have 7 minutes in and we haven't defined what we're talking about.
Yeah. They're like
so scatterbrained. I know we're so scatterbrained, but
it's kind of a discussion anyway. They're not really. There's many other videos where if you want to actually like learn about it and see the visuals and stuff, then that's for them. For us, it's more of like discussing how we feel about or what we think about Bell's theorem and all that kind of stuff and what it may what it may entail and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. So I guess just to give my quick synopsis of it, Bell's theorem says succinctly that honestly, like, entanglement is a real phenomenon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And basically, as opposed to the classical Einsteinian / Podolsky / Rosen thought that there's hidden variables involved. So let's, I guess, get into it a little bit. So let me define some things.
Sure,
So
go for it.
basically, I know. So let's start with entanglement.
Yeah.
So I'm sure there could be some layman here watching this video. You guys have heard of entanglement. It's one of these pop sci things everybody uses now. It's been Mass Effect and some other things. But entanglement basically says like you can have two particles essentially. So like a particle being an electron, even a photon. You can have two particles where they undergo something which it actually makes them entangled, I guess, for lack of a better word, and that meaning that they have some kind of correlation between each other. So the interesting thing is, though, it's a correlation that is undetermined. So, for instance, like the classic example is the spins of an electron. So if you have an electron that has a spin up, and a spin, like electrons can take on the values of spin up and spin down, right? But an entangled pair, they are correlated in such a way where if one has a spin up, the other one will have a spin down. But the person observing those particles does not necessarily know if the particle has a spin up or a spin down until they measure it. But then in quantum mechanics, once you measure something, that means you're actually collapsing its state into a finite value. So beforehand, it's in a superposition. You've probably seen that term as well, meaning that it's in a 0 and 1 state at the same time. I hate that terminology too,
I know because there's so many problems with it.
But it's true. But there's no other real good way to say it.
Yeah.
But it kind of you're ascribing now means you're ascribing some kind of like interpretation of quantum mechanics.
Right.
To say at the same time. But
yeah. Just say that the system is in a.
It's in a superposition.
No. It's in. It has all possible states available to it. How about that?
Yeah. Okay, I like it better. It has all possible states available to it. So it's like when you mathematically write it, 0 and 1 have some probability associated with them. And then once you collapse it, that probability becomes 100% for whatever the 0 or 1 state that you measure is.
Yeah.
So it's weird. And you're like, but who says it has to be at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Or what did you say, one?
It has all possible states.
All possible states. Yeah. Like who says it has all possible states? And that's precisely the argument that Einstein basically said. He's like, who the hell is saying that it's got to be all possible states? Why can't it just be that we don't know what state it is and there's some hidden other quantum number or something associated with this particle in which once we measure that, then we can figure out what the particle actually has.
Yeah.
But with Bell's theorem, he basically proves that that's not the case. It's not hidden variables.
Well, this also comes, which is kind of ironic coming from Einstein, right? Because he's like one of the founding fathers of like quantum mechanics.
But Einstein's a true skeptic. He doesn't believe anything until it's like for sure solid.
Yeah, because he believed in the idea of determinism, right? In some sense, like it's a very classical sense where you put the system in an initial state and it'll evolve dynamically according to a set of rules and principles, right? That are pretty linear in the sense that you can, you like for instance, like pushing a mass. That's a pretty linear process, and it's 1-to-1. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So before Bell, no one knew that there was evidence for actual superposition and actual entanglement, but everyone believed in it. So much so that Feynman said you don't need to run the experiment. Obviously, quantum mechanics is correct and Einstein is wrong. But there was no evidence at that point. So how did Feynman know?
But setting a quantum mechanical state in its initial state, and then you let it evolve in time, you won't get a linear thing. You'll get a probability of events. You'll get a probability of outcomes, right? Instead of a linear 1-to-1 thing.
So with a quantum system, it's all fundamentally probabilistic.
Yeah.
And that's just a weird concept.
It's a feature.
Yeah, because in classical physics and even in general relativity, everything kind of makes sense and it all has a deterministic approach to it. It's only when you start to get the quantum regime you really start to see that reality is fundamentally probabilistic.
Yeah.
But then again, that's actually better to me because that gives more credence to the fact that we do have free will, right?
Yeah.
Or at least maybe I won't get down.
There we go. That's that's why. That's one of the reasons that people love Bell's inequality, because it gives them free will. Oh, thank God we have free will. Without this, we have no free will. And without free will, the universe falls apart. The society falls apart.
Down the super philosophical territory of that, but it implies that, we have...
we can't tell the future.
Yeah, we can't tell the future 100%, let's say if you...
No, it has nothing to do with that. Either way, you cannot tell the future. So this actually has zero implication on free will.
If the universe was deterministic, then down to every single minor...
The universe could be deterministic, and you don't know the future. That, for all intents and purposes, gives you free will. So what if the universe is deterministic, but you don't know the future? How is that different than you having complete free will, whatever that means?
Movement, everything is predetermined.
Yeah.
The quantum mechanics gives it some fuzziness to where, you actually can have a little bit of uncertainty of things, and random things can occur. And it gives the universe some fuzziness where you can feel like free will might be safe.
Which is nice for those of us.
It's not free will, it's just randomness. All you're saying is there is randomness. That's not free will. I don't even know what free will is. Please define scientifically free will. If free will is just that sometimes you can flip coins and you can decide based on flipped coins, and that's free will, then that's how how is that free will? That's just a flip of a coin. You can always decide what to do based on the flip of a coin. That means you have free will.
Us that are fooled into thinking we have free will. Right.
It's not free will. That's a flip of a coin.
Or at least at least we have some semblance or an idea of free will. But I tend to agree. Like I think it's probabilistic, but that could just be my own upbringing in a sense.
This is why they need Bell's theorem.
I already accept that the world is probabilistic.
In order for the universe to be magical, they cannot have a deterministic universe. It's too much for them to handle.
In my own intuition about the universe is that it's probabilistic.
I don't know if you can get that unless you understand quantum mechanics, because really our universe doesn't really get probabilistic until you start to enter the quantum regime.
Well, you see similarities in, I don't know if this is built into life, but you see the similarity in biology, right? Where you have mutations happen almost randomly. In a sense, so you kind of see this chaotic process, but that's not to say that that's correlated with quantum mechanics at all. I mean, it might be.
You're saying it's correlated with probability.
Yeah,
that makes sense. But I think that's a little bit different because macro scale probability is just the fact that we cannot trace the long rabbit trail of deterministic actions to be able.
How is that any different?
We'll see that it is non-random. It's like pseudo probabilistic.
Well, there might be a case to be made for DNA being like mutations being quantum mechanic in origin. There was a one of my old undergrad buddies. He was studying like something with like DNA polymers and how the chains follow because there's certain bonds that are the chemical bonds are quantum mechanical in nature. And he was saying that there might be some quantum mechanical explanation for mutations in that sense to be probabilistic inherently through quantum mechanics. And it was kind of interesting. Like
cosmic rays mutate the DNA in the sperm. You get about 60 genetic mutations per sperm because of cosmic rays. And that's why the older the person, the more mutations there are in the sperm or something.
Hypothesis. I don't know what came of it. But it would be, if anyone out there knows, please let us know. That's an interesting question. Yeah. But yeah, I kind of gathered that before I got into physics that the universe might be that there's an inherent probabilistic kind of nature. But I get what you're saying. It's not. It's a feature of like us not knowing the complexity.
Yeah. I think a lot of like probabilistic things could be down to that. Like imagine like with dice. You know, it's almost like if your dice when you clearly see that when the dice is like loaded, you know, when it's like shaved in one corner, then you're basically you've changed it to where now it consistently goes to that side more. I think it has more so to do with the fact that if you could roll a dice perfectly your same way every time, then you can rig the probability to always go to what you want.
But that's kind of what Einstein was arguing, right? A little bit like the dice thing was like. It's kind of like we just don't have the amount of information because the problem with probability is like the degrees of freedom. They're so large, right? Like you have 4 die or whatever, you have 2 die, and then you have like all multiple faces you can get, blah blah blah. Isn't that kind of the argument? Like you're just because the system is more simple, it can be more deterministic. You know what I'm saying?
I don't really understand quite. I don't like the word degrees of freedom because I also don't really understand.
No, I'm saying like the amount of information in your system, if it increases, like if you have 1 dice, right, and you have 1 number on the same, like let's just have 1 all over the dice.
Let's see these books: theoretical physics. I don't know.
Then you can say the outcome of that is just going to be 1. So it's pretty deterministic when you roll it. It's just going to be 1.
Okay.
But I'm saying you increase the degrees of freedom. So now it's that 1. There's a number 2 on that dice. Yeah. But on whatever face. So now you don't know. Now there's the complexity is increased in a sense. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So now the degrees of freedom is like 2 or something.
Okay.
But you get what I'm saying? And then like now you have to account for the fact that each face has its own like number on it, and then you have to account for the fact that one of those numbers is number 2, and blah blah blah. And you have to basically, what I'm trying to say is you increase the complexity of the system, and that kind of like makes it harder to have the deterministic outcome. Is kind of what I'm trying to say. But I don't know. That's a thought.
Yeah, I have to think about that more. I don't really quite get what you're saying right now. But
maybe not. We'll see. Anyway, we're kind
of the God plays dice thing that Einstein says. Just basically saying I don't believe quantum is probabilistic.
Yeah.
He's saying that there's hidden variables. That there's something we're missing or we're not seeing that is making this hard to. It's fooling us into believing it's probabilistic.
But that's kind of what I was kind of tagging into with like me saying like Einstein thinks that we can simplify the system that like a rolling dice problem into something more deterministic. Like we can figure it out. We just don't have.
I think maybe the dice is a bad analogy. He just wants to make it a deterministic system.
Yeah.
So something that can be reliably predicted every time. You know, if the particle is undetermined right now, he doesn't believe it's in all possible states. He believes that there's some hidden variable where the particle already knows it's in a spin-up state. And one of the reasons it had to do with just because, you know, he's the father of general relativity and special relativity, right? And the whole thing with entanglement is when you entangle 2 particles, you can separate them at an arbitrary distance. But then once you measure one particle, let's say we're looking at spins again, right? When you measure spin up on one particle, there's a 100% probability that there's a spin down on the other particle.
Yeah.
So it's almost like now that information has been instantaneously communicated. So if you have one particle on one side of the universe and another particle, an entangled particle on the other side of the universe, as soon as you measure that spin up state, it immediately gives the information, quote unquote, that it's spin down, which violates relativity because that means that information needs to propagate to that particle.
Yeah,
but of course,
it can't do it faster than the speed of light.
Right, it cannot do it faster than the speed of light because Einstein has shown that pretty much going faster than the speed of light violates causality. So it's like you can kill your grandfather, you know.
He didn't show; he assumed it.
which doesn't make sense, because it's like you're fucking with time, which is not a good idea.
Yeah, like Einstein. I mean, that's why you see those world lines kind of thing. If you Google this for those listeners, you Google like world lines and light cones and shit. You'll see physicists use these mappings to kind of give them an idea of whether your system is separated like space-like or like time-like separation or something like that.
God, you're going all.
No. I just want to mention. I just want to mention it. I'm not going to go into it, but basically we have these tools to kind of give us a picture of if something violates known physics. And like in the case of
Minkowski diagrams.
Yeah, the Minkowski diagrams. And like in the case of the EPR paradox that Terence is talking about with Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen, the scenario that they came up with was if you have two twin particles or whatever, one on the opposite end of the universe, separated long enough to where no signal can propagate or can reach them at a faster than the speed of light, right? You kind of run into this paradox, as they coined, that it's like, well, the information is being sent in faster than the speed of light in a sense. Yeah. But I don't know, one workaround that I remember, I had a discussion with the professor about this, and they were saying, well, no, there's no communication between the two.
Right.
Yeah. So it doesn't violate the signal propagation.
Right. And the reason being is the fact that, let's say if you wanted to communicate a piece of information, right? Let's say that your buddy, you send, so you have particle A and then your buddy has particle B, right? Yeah. And you say, well, if you get down, that means fire the laser or something. If you can spin down, fire laser. If you can spin up, hold. But the thing is, like with particle A, how are you going to communicate that information? Because particle A, let's say it's in an undetermined state. When you measure it, you don't get to choose if it's up or down. So basically, that's a random piece of information that cannot be It cannot be made into information. So that's why people in physics have been kind of leaning towards like information as this fundamental unit somehow. Of the universe. It's got some special property because although your buddy will know instantaneously what your particle is, and then his particle will also be instantaneously in some state 100% of the time, but you cannot manipulate particle A. You have no control over whether it's spin up or spin down. So no information is being communicated. Therefore, special relativity is not violated. So it's almost like a subtlety of the theory, and it still allows relativity to be consistent.
There's an interesting take that I saw. There were some people that were arguing for retrocausality. Meaning that like your system, say you have that same scenario, there might be a scenario where, because we're creatures of
the fact that I cannot transfer information, that's a hint that no information is being transferred, that there's a mistake in the proof. That's evidence. This is from one of the guys that I was watching. I forgot his name. I think it's from Robert something. Robert P. T. I forgot his name.
Time. The physics may allow for information to be sort of I had written well in my notes, but I can't remember now. So it was put succinctly, but the idea is that the system will adjust according to some sort of conservation principle happening. Like maybe let's just say conservation of information, like you're saying, that like the universe will, it's almost like an accounting. Like because the system is up, the other particle in the universe is going to be down like that. And it's almost like if there is the universe takes care of it retroactively in some way. Like,
what was his name? Anyway, this is the Leibniz principle that if there's two ways of explaining a phenomenon, the Leibniz principle, Leibniz theorem. It's Leibniz principle. Yeah, I remember I was watching his video that had terrible audio. Wow.
And Major 24, my height is size 6 and December price.
Wait, what?
Available on the show dates and no competitive. Thank you.
What?
Hi, myself Himanshi Jain, Major 24, my height is size 6 and December price. Available on the show dates and no competitive.
4,000 views. She's Indian? The most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my entire life was an Indian. Some Indian chicks are the hottest thing you can believe. Anyway, it's not Leibniz theorem, it's Leibniz principle. And his name is Robert something. Yeah, Robert Speckens. Identity of discernibles.
Hello and welcome to Philosophy Vibe, the channel where we discuss and debate different philosophical ideas. Today we're going to be looking into an interesting principle around identity and ontology, and that is Leibniz's law. Great. Now, Leibniz's law, coined after the works of the philosopher Gottfried Leibniz, is a principle around the indiscernibility of identical properties. In this video, we are going to explain the principle exact same property. So for any entities that do share all the exact same properties, they would in fact be identical. Note here, identities, they would all the same properties. And simply, the law claims that no two distinct entities can share all the same properties. And so for any entities that do share all the exact same properties, they would in fact be identical. Note here, identical does not mean similar. It means it has the same identity. So it is one and the same thing. So if X and Y share all the exact same properties, then X and Y.
So if you cannot transfer information using entanglement, so there's two theories. There is no entanglement, or there is entanglement that has no influence on the universe. So since these two are indiscernible, they are the same. Therefore, there is no entanglement.
Would be identical, and so X would equal Y. Essentially, no two distinct entities can therefore share the exact same properties, as they would in fact be the same entity. But if they are distinct entities, then they are not the same. And if they are not the same, they do not share the exact same properties. And so Leibniz's law is known as the identity.
There must be an influence on this universe. There must be a discernible discernible impact on the universe. So if you think Bell's theorem is correct, you must be able to discern it. How do you discern it? How is it discernible?
Of indiscernibles. If X and Y are indiscernible, then they are identical. Okay, so can you give me an example to make this clearer?
You cannot use Bell's inequality to do anything with it, then that implies it has no impact on the universe.
Let's look at Bruce Wayne and Batman. Now, Bruce Wayne essentially has all the same properties as Batman because they are the same person. So they are the same height, they live in the same house, they have the same parents, etc., etc. So Bruce Wayne and Batman are indiscernible, and so they are identical. If Bruce Wayne is X and Batman is Y, then X equals Y. Bruce Wayne is Batman. Right. However, if we take Batman and Peter Parker, now Peter Parker is a different size or is wearing different clothes. Basically, he does not share the same properties. We can then agree Peter Parker is not identical to Batman. Yes, I understand. So no two distinct entities can actually share the same properties. And if entity X is indiscernible with entity Y, they are identical.
Aren't they in different universes?
They are the same entity. And if entity X and entity Y are identical, they share all the exact same properties. And so this is Leibniz's law, the identity of indiscernibility. Okay, so prima facie, this seems pretty straightforward and pretty obvious. Everything shares the exact same properties as itself. So this chair is identical with itself and only itself. This cup shares all the same properties with itself. So everything is identical with itself. Pretty obvious. Exactly. And obviously anything that has different properties to something else cannot be identical as they do not have the same properties. Again, pretty straightforward. Yes. However, if we investigate this a little, even though it seems pretty obvious, we can start to see some cracks in the law. How so? Okay, in the age of mass production and factory-produced products, I can quite easily think of two separate things that share all the exact same properties. Imagine a factory making a plastic ball. Here we have two balls the factory has just made. They are both the exact same size. They're both the exact same shape. They're both the exact same color. They're both made from the exact same materials and from the exact same machines. These two balls are effectively indiscernible. They have all the same properties. So according to this law, these two balls would be identical. So Leibniz's law is telling me that I'm looking at one and the same ball, even though I can clearly see they are two balls, two distinct.
They have different locations.
With the same properties. This is clearly counterintuitive. Yes, that's a good point. However, this problem arises because you are only considering intrinsic properties. This would not actually be a problem if we take into account extrinsic properties. What's the difference? So intrinsic properties are properties an entity has in itself, something that belongs to the property. So in the case of the balls, the intrinsic properties are the size and the color and the shape, etc., etc. Okay. But extrinsic properties are the properties an entity has in relation to the outside world. So saying the ball is bigger than this tennis ball is an extrinsic property, or saying the ball is 2 meters from the front door is an extrinsic property. It is a property the ball has in relation to the world around it. Yes, I understand. Now, in your argument, you said the two separate balls have the same properties, and they do, but they only have the same intrinsic properties. They do not have the same extrinsic properties. They cannot be in the same place at the same time. There will always be a difference in spatial properties. There may even be a difference in the time they were created. So when we take this into account, then no, the two balls are not identical. Very well. So identity is down to indiscernibility of intrinsic and extrinsic properties. Does this not then make complications for personal identity? How so? Are we to say that I'm not identical to myself 10 minutes ago, even though I share all the same intrinsic properties? There's a difference in time and space, and so a difference in extrinsic properties. So I am not identical to myself, and I can never be identical to myself, as my extrinsic properties are constantly changing. This problem of identity would also apply to the metaphysical use of possible worlds, as again, there is a difference in extrinsic properties. I see. Now, throw into the mix the change in intrinsic properties from a past self. 25 years ago, I was a different size, a different shape, and a different mental state. Was I not me 25 years ago? Am I not identical to myself? So now we're in the realm of personal identity. However, Leibniz would have a solution to this problem. What's that? Here, I would like to raise the idea of a hexiety. What's a hexiety? So a hexiety is like the unique individual property that every entity possesses that makes it what it is. A hexiety gives each entity its specific identity. It goes further than intrinsic and extrinsic properties, but we can refer to it as the property of thisness, what makes this thing this thing. So we each have a hexiety. You, John, have a John hexiety, a specific property that makes you you. I, George, have a specific hexiety that makes me me, a unique property of meanness that only I possess, and you have a unique property of you-ness that only you possess. Right. Building off of the idea of a hexiety, Leibniz believed we each possess and retain our hexiety across our whole lives. So we have this unique property that makes us who we are throughout time and throughout our bodily changes. And Leibniz even went so far as to claim our hexieties retain throughout possible worlds. So even though our intrinsic properties change over time,
Yeah, I don't know about that.
and even though our extrinsic properties change constantly, and even though the possible worlds may be different, our identities remain because our hexieties remain, allowing us to change yet to remain identical to ourselves. I think the concept of a hexiety raises even more problems for Leibniz's law. Really?
Yeah. You don't have to say that. You can say that me now and me from a second ago is different entities for all, if you can distinguish between me now and me a second ago, then if it's distinguishable, then it's discernible, then it's two different identities. There's no problem with that.
Yes, so first, it seems very odd that you would rely on a non-specific, non-tangible, non-describable property to give something or someone its identity. We can't see someone's hexiety, we can't point to it, and we can't explain what it is, yet we are to rest the entirety of someone's identity upon it. I think that is quite a weak stance. I see. Furthermore, whilst you may think this escapes the identity problem for people, this hugely complicates the matter for inanimate objects. When exactly does an entity gain or lose its hexiety? Imagine an ice sculpture. It is an entity with a hexiety, and so subject to Leibniz's law. Fine. Now imagine this ice sculpture melts. Does it lose its hexiety at this point, or does it retain it? You mentioned hexieties are supposed to persist throughout time and throughout intrinsic changes. So how does this play out? Is the puddle of water actually the ice sculpture? Is it identical? Does it have the same hexiety, or has it developed a new hexiety? What if I take that puddle and create two new, smaller ice sculptures? Do they still have the hexiety of the original? Do we now have two separate entities that are identical, that are the same entity? Does this not violate the law? Do you see how many issues arise from this? Yes, I see. And I don't want to get into a debate on possible worlds, because we have already done this, but I struggle to see how my hexiety would retain in a possible world where I am completely different. If I was taller or richer or had different parents or lived in a different country, if I had completely different looks or completely different personality, I don't see how this would still be me. I don't see what the hexiety could be for me to still retain my meanness when I'm so different. Good point. If you enjoyed this video and you want to help support the channel, then please check out the Philosophy via paperback and...
Excellent. This was an excellent video. But this is the guy. But where is his video? This was a good video too. Anyway, Robert Speckens. Oh, Speckens. This is good. This was a good video. I think this is where he unscrambling the quantum omelette. I don't remember which is the best. This one was very good. We can take this one. Copy link. La 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 la.
It will almost rewrite history in some sense.
Oh, does this have to do with like the super determinism stuff?
Yeah.
I saw that. A lot of physicists don't like this though, because it's like so far. I mean, maybe it's true. It's almost like a headache to try to go down that path.
Yeah, it is. It is. But it was interesting that some people were like, well, fuck it. We don't have any idea why are we trying to ascribe our notion of time onto these things?
Right.
We should maybe consider the following in a sense, which is kind of neat. That's kind of a cool idea. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I just thought that guy just threw it out there.
Yeah. I mean, maybe, but I kind of like the interpretation that somehow information is this fundamental.
Yeah.
It also for me, it opens up a door to a lot of new ways to actually look at physics. Yeah, because you can start looking at things as information. And that kind of seems like a very modern take as well, because today we're such an age of information.
And much more fundamental than and it would be much more fundamental than focusing on
the specific particles.
Yeah, 100%.
Because you can apply that system to anything.
I've always found this incredibly powerful because it's something that I came upon maybe the year before I graduated my undergrad was 2015, 2014. We had a class that a professor was talking about modern physics in a sense and all the contemporary things like Bell's theorem and stuff. And so when we were discussing this, he brought up information and I was doing my own reading. We had an essay to do and
this is our class.
No, this was in my undergrad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But it sort of made me research a bunch of stuff. And I came upon this idea that information was more fundamental, and I'm like, man, I like where this is going because there's promising. I think you and I are fans of the abstract and more general solutions to things, and then
especially information because we're both in condensed matter. Basically condensed matter is the major application is computing, right?
Yeah.
One of them.
And it's crazy. I think do you think it has it's holding validity, isn't it?
Yeah,
kind of it's catching on.
Yeah, I think so. When we were talking about the Shannon paper the other day,
yeah.
One of the big, to me, that was one of the big enlightening moments of oh wow, you can do a lot with quantifying. How information is transferred or information, what's the smallest unit of energy to send information and all this stuff. Do you remember what the Shannon paper was fully called?
I looked it up the other day. Something about some mechanical stuff. It came out in the
it was a while back.
I want to say 60s.
Okay.
I could be confusing it with the Bell paper, but
Well, Shannon's paper is this paper on basically information theory. And it's very, very useful and enlightening for anybody who's interested in information, or if you're not, and I read it first when I was actually in fiber optic. So with the fiber optic field, I was trying to learn more about it got me thinking more about what is information? And I just stumbled upon it randomly and I was like, oh wow, this paper is very comprehensive and gives some nice explanations of, what the basic units and, axioms of information can be. And I think that's a very promising and useful way to look at how, or I guess look at systems, in that kind of abstract framework to see what we can actually do in the future with information transfer or somehow communicating information.
Yeah, it was interesting because I think Eugene Wigner and a couple of these guys came up with a bunch of sort of thought experiments trying to answer the EPR paradox in some sense, and they were talking about superposition. And I remember them kind of getting into a fight about just what the hell is going on, what actually is being conserved and what isn't. And I think a lot of them came up to information being yeah, there's something more fundamental than just what we're talking about here, which is kind of spin and stuff like that. There's something else happening that's more important to the universe in the grand scheme.
Right. It feels like a concept that has a lot of things to yield.
Yeah, and that might be a thing. I haven't read on modern papers, but we'll be having a discussion about this in the next episode, more concretely about information and in terms of stat mech and stuff. So because we had a buddy.
Yeah. Well, hopefully he'll come on. We don't want to say.
Hopefully he'll come on, but in the future there'll probably be an episode. More on this, but yeah. Anyway, that was fascinating. But the thing that's did you read about the GWR theory?
No.
GWR
unified weary.
No, GWR is it was kind of interesting that it's a proposition that
that's the collapse, spontaneous collapse theory. That the wave function collapses spontaneously.
That tries to, because you get into this idea that the universe, because how do I say this?
Is this related to Bell?
Yeah. Because Bell's theorem says it almost exists in violation of relativity in some sense. At least that's the way Bell walked out of it.
What do you mean almost?
Yeah. It's not clear.
It's not clear. And they're trying to you're trying to reconcile the two in some sense. That quantum mechanics exists in how would you say in spite of special relativity or something
right. Well, you want them to ideally to commingle somehow.
Yeah, but they don't nicely. Not nicely.
I wouldn't. Yeah. Well, they're loosely holding hands.
Yeah, it's they're barely touching.
They're barely touching fingers.
And it's man, it's how do you have them where they just they're nicely they're playing nice. And
right. We want them strongly
coupled together and just they might be different aspects of each other in some sense, but we don't have that. They're clear there's no clear transition between them.
And maybe that's also a problem because we don't have a theory of quantum gravity, right? Yeah. So maybe that's showing us that the picture's not complete.
No, it's completely irrelevant.
Not Penrose actually was one of the guys I was reading about. He was trying to answer this. I'm going to go back to GWR, but Penrose was proposing that the reason why we get this kind of weird entanglement is due to gravity in some sense.
No, it's nothing to do with gravity.
Because nature doesn't like superpositions. It's kind of his argument. So.
No, there's just a mistake in the logic. You just have to find the mistake in the logic. That's all.
He's gravity causes collapse, and you can read about it more. I think it's
gravity doesn't cause a collapse.
Just Google gravity causing collapse or collapsing the wave function.
What causes a collapse, if anything, is just an interaction. Any interaction with the electron or with a photon causes it to collapse from a wave into a particle. So anytime you measure it, you see a particle because any measurement depends on an interaction. So it's just very sensitive. The electron or the photon, these are very sensitive waves. So as soon as you touch them, as soon as they interact with anything, they turn into a tiny particle, but then they spread again back to a wave. So an electron, as it's orbiting the nucleus, it's a wave. It's waving around the nucleus. If you try to interact with it through an electromagnetic photon, it collapses this wave, and the wave instantly, quickly becomes a particle. It just shrivels very quickly. Think of it something that shrivels quickly. So anytime you measure it, anytime you interact with it, you think it's a particle. And when it finally hits the detector, it's a particle. But it's because it quickly shrivels into a particle, right? It's usually very big, but when it's orbiting the nucleus, it's tiny. But then when you try to measure it around the nucleus, it's even tinier. So that is the nature of the beast. It can just shrivel very quickly and then expand very quickly back into a wave again.
Function. And yeah, they go into like a huge amount of theory that might help explain this because they're trying to merge these two worlds together, or these two fields together. And I don't know if it's successful. I'm not in this field whatsoever. This is foundations of quantum mechanics stuff.
What was it? GWR?
GWR is this other theorem, but the one with Penrose is I think it's called the DW theorem, not from Arthur.
Arthur.
DW.
What did she say?
Hey, or something. I don't know.
I thought she had a slogan or something.
That's how she ends the episode. Well, that's how she ends the
like
intro.
Arthur, you blockhead or something.
Yeah, that's right.
No, I think it's from something else.
No, I think
Is it Blockhead?
I think it's Blockhead.
Okay, I
could be wrong. But yeah, she was, man.
She definitely had the best roast on that show.
She kind of did.
It's a funny compilation on YouTube, but anyway.
No, it just made me think about Arthur. But anyway, the GWR theorem is another one that came out to try to explain this whole thing. And the best that they could come up with was that there's just like a spontaneous, they called it a spontaneous collapse or something like that. It's supposed to explain like what we see, like the world exists as we see it. Like Bell's theorem coexists with special relativity. So there has to be some explanation that these two can coexist. And so GWR tries to explain that. And so you can read about all the details and stuff, but it exists. There's theories out there. And
can you give us like more than that? Because that just sounds like regular physics to me.
Well,
that one theory
it's just more of an interpretation in some sense. Like it's like how do you, because it's like you look at Bell's theorem, right? You look at special relativity, you know that these two like exist in the world around us. Like Bell's theorem holds, or inequality holds. Like our universe is in a sense non-local.
Right. But do you remember the big takeaway? Like what was the connecting piece of the interpretation?
I remember them not necessarily needing retrocausality to kind of explain it, but
I don't think we need that now.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Because that's the thing is people kind of shoo away the whole violation of relativity. Remember, with basically saying that it's just information is not conveyed, so relativity is not violated. Yeah. So information is the fundamental piece really that matters in relativity. Because the whole claim of relativity that causality can't be violated is just because we haven't seen any instance of that, and it would just be such a screwed up world from our understanding that we just try to not let that happen, right? But there's no real strong statement besides that says that, at least that I'm aware of, that says that causality can't be violated, right? Like I've never heard Einstein give a really strong reason of why that can't be true. It's just the fact that if you let that happen, then a lot of screwed up things are going to happen, and then a lot of the theory kind of general relativity wouldn't work as nicely, or maybe not work at all. So I don't know. I haven't heard a lot of the theory kind of general relativity wouldn't work as nicely.
Why does he keep saying general relativity? Just say either relativity or special. How is this relevant to general relativity? I don't see it.
Probably not work at all. So I don't know. I haven't heard a strong statement of why causality can't be violated.
Why causality can't be violated?
Yeah, we just generally don't like that to think like that because it's like then all kinds of paradoxes will occur potentially.
Well, that's
there's no physical,
yeah.
But there's no physics reason or proof that I've seen of why that's not true. There's no mathematics I've seen where it shows.
But you have to explain the mechanics. How does it work? How would an instant? How does this entanglement work instantly across infinite distances? How? What's the mechanics?
In a very convincing way that causality can't be violated.
Yeah.
So my whole point was just that with that.
We know how the speed of light works. We have light waves, and we have the curvature of what they call the space-time, the fabric of the universe. So there's waves. There's waves. We know that there's waves, and these waves have the speed of light. How would you have an instant commune between the two electrons or particles? How do you have instant? So it's not wave. There's no wave. So what's the mechanics? How does the information travel? And then you're saying, well, information is not traveling. So how is this discernible from nothing happening? How is this discernible? If no information is being transferred, then how is this discernible from no information being if you're claiming no information is going through, then what are you claiming?
That was just that the fact that Bell's whole inequality is not an issue because of that is because I'm sorry, what was I going to say?
I don't know.
Like I did now. You're on your phone.
I'm looking at GWR.
That's actually a very convenient proof. If you assume Leibniz's principle, so find the difference between Bell's inequality holding and not holding. What's the implication? If you're claiming that no information is being transferred instantaneously, Bell is saying there is instantaneous propagation. Bell is saying, moreover, the signal involved must propagate instantaneously. There is a propagation of a signal. And now you're saying there is no propagation of a signal. So you have to take a position. If there is a propagation of a signal, we can discuss that. That's Bell. But you're saying there's no violation of the speed of light. There's no information being transferred. If there's no information being transferred, then what is happening? Then if there's no information being transferred, then what is happening? Then how is this? I don't even know what to ask. How is this different from no information is being transferred? If no information is being transferred, then nothing is happening. If you're claiming no information is being transferred, then you're agreeing that nothing is happening. If nothing is happening, then everything was as it was before. Then the measurement doesn't affect anything in the universe. Therefore, you must be claiming that there is faster than light, there's instant communication. If there is instant communication, then please demonstrate it. Transfer. Here is a bit of information. Please transfer it instantaneously. Oh, you can't. All right, then you cannot transfer any information. Oh, okay. If you cannot transfer any information, then there is no information transfer. If there is no information transfer during this process, then the universe is not changing during this process. So you have to make up your mind. Is the measurement affecting the universe? If it's affecting the universe, then there is information transfer. If there is information transfer, you must be able to affect the universe using this information transfer. If you're saying there's no impact on the universe during this information transfer, then how is this different than no information is being transferred? But then you say, yeah, I agree, there's no information being transferred. All right, then what are you saying? What is happening to the universe during this test? Is the universe being impacted during this test? If it is, then what is the impact? What is the impact upon the universe during this test?
Right now, and it's
Okay.
like because my notes, I tried pulling my notes and didn't have it.
Okay.
But
will you try to get the scoop on what the big takeaway is?
Yeah, but it's a lot.
It's a lot to read. Probably.
It's a lot to read.
Interpretations always are.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's an interpretation, so it's supposed to make these two things commingle, like you're saying, because we know that the quantum mechanics exists, and there's entanglement is real, which means that the universe is non-local in principle. Like, and what I mean by that is what I think I had in my notes, because
we should maybe talk about that locality
stuff.
Yeah, so I guess I'll give a definition.
Well, first of all, realism, right? So when we talk about realism, is like it's a philosophical point of view that says external reality exists with definite properties, right?
Right. Hold on. Let's slow down 1 second to one. So you're kind of going into the stuff this is related to Bell's theorem again.
Yeah.
This is philosophy. This is like the territory philosophy of physics. But you're going into something that's kind of useful for Bell too, because the Bell test has these 3 issues that people came up with. Basically, they're called the loopholes in Bell's inequality. So when you're doing experiments, these loopholes are something that you need to cover before your test is loophole-free Bell inequality test. And one of them has to do with what one mentioned earlier is locality. The other one has to do with realism, and then the other one has to do with freedom of choice. So let's go into those a little bit.
Well, realism is like just the point of view that you kind of go in saying, external reality exists with definite properties, whether there's a conscious observer or not, right?
As opposed to
there being like the quantum mechanical view of like something doesn't exist until we observe it. Kind of thing.
Right, and for people maybe confused by that, in quantum mechanics, there's this classic problem that every introductory student does called particle in an infinite potential well, and it just means like if you imagine literally like a particle in a box, so like an electron in a box, when that box is closed and you haven't interacted with that system, that particle can be anywhere in that box with a certain probability. Some places it can't be, and then some places it can be. But the quantum mechanical wave function gives you that it gives you that probability distribution of where that particle can be in the box. So that's kind of a weird thing that we don't have to deal with in everyday life because I know exactly where one is. He's sitting right here.
My wave function is collapsed already.
Right. Well, yeah, your wave function is nice and set here. But in quantum mechanics, that particle in a box has a probability distribution of being in certain places in that box, and you don't know until you open it up and measure that box.
Yeah.
So when Juan says real, it means that things in reality have its definite place and position, and you can see it. And Einstein's classic thing is the moon, it still exists whether you observe it or not.
Yeah, he had this conversation with, who was it? It was I think it was, I don't know if it was Dirac or Bohr. I think it was Bohr. He was chilling with Bohr and they were having, and he's like, so you're telling me that if I look at the moon right now, it's not going to exist till I turn around and observe it?
Right.
He was like trying to roast his ass. Basically calling him an idiot because he's like, you really think things don't exist until we observe them? And yeah, I mean,
and quantum mechanics kind of says like, I don't know, bro.
I mean, you have to question your. I mean, in the macroscopic sense, those things are already defined. You know what I'm saying?
But let's imagine this. Let's say nothing was interacting with the moon.
No, there's still energy in the system. There's still overall energy.
But energy in a particle. Yeah, let's pretend an empty universe.
Okay, but this is why. Okay, I don't like this.
That's where you have to go.
No, I don't like this because it's already supposing that there are certain things that don't cause collapse. Okay, we're gonna get into the argument here.
Okay.
But this is why I kind of agree with Penrose. Like, the gravity is a potential, right? It's already an energy that kind of might collapse wave functions. Might already.
People say, I don't want to go there. This is interesting. What do you mean you don't want to go there? What do you mean? You have to go everywhere. You can't not want to go. You can't be lazy.
Might already put the system in a ground state, so to say. So it might already collapse everything as we see it, in a sense.
Right, because gravity is basically
gravity. So because of gravity, everything is always collapsed. So there is no collapse. It's always collapsed because of gravity. Oh my God.
So gravity exists because of massive objects.
Yeah.
And we already know clearly that gravity has like a field.
Yeah.
And that field propagates at the speed of light, just like electromagnetic waves.
Yeah.
So when you have a gravitational pull, literally something is pulling.
It's always your particle's always interacting with space.
Right.
But the moon is always interacting with itself. Everything is always interacting with everything. The polarized light is interacting with the Earth's magnetic field, with the sun's magnetic field, with the cosmic rays. There's always interaction.
And then at minimum energy, but it's still interacting with massive bodies all over the universe and everything.
Right.
So I don't know.
But of course, we look at gravity as like the curvature of space
as well. So yeah.
But then again, now that got me thinking just now, because we tend to think of electromagnetic waves having a speed limit, right?
Yeah.
Speed of light.
Yeah.
But if gravity is the curvature of space, I wonder if there's a way. It's weird that propagates the speed of light too. It's saying that space itself can't propagate at the speed of light, but we already know that space does go faster than the speed of light due to the cosmic inflation.
Yeah. I think.
So I wonder what the reconciliation is there.
Yeah, I think there's a paradox there that's been answered, but I don't know.
Okay, maybe.
I'm not familiar.
I'm just getting into cosmology.
Cosmology, and we're not cosmologists.
If there's any cosmologists watching this or astronomers, leave us a comment or something there if you understand that answer, because that's strange to me now. But I guess that also.
You're technically.
I should tell them to interview me on this topic.
Not traveling faster than the speed of light. I think if we operate on first principles, it's like you're sitting on the wavefront.
Yeah.
And it's imagine a surfer on the wavefront, and you push the surfer. The surfer isn't moving; it's stationary, but space is moving.
Yeah, but I'm saying space itself is traveling faster than the speed of light. They've measured that with cosmic inflation.
But objects aren't moving faster than the speed of light. No massive body can move faster than the speed of light. I don't think it's.
Well, the object on the space is though.
I don't think so.
They are. That's why people were confused by that. That's why Einstein, had that whole thing where he called his biggest blunder whatnot, because he wanted to make the universe not expand. So he added in the cosmic, I think the constant and then make it stationary, but then they realized that the universe is actually accelerating and it goes faster than the speed of light.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna take cosmology next year. So
okay, well, you can answer this.
Maybe I can answer this.
Are you really gonna take cosmology?
I think so. It's one of my electives, so I might as well.
Oh, so you're gonna get those Einstein field equations finally.
I hope so.
Good. We can make a podcast talking more about them, because I missed that in the undergraduate course we took. Yeah.
What a mess.
Yeah. Anyway.
So these loopholes, right? We get into like.
So he doesn't know GR.
You have to close these three loopholes to satisfy.
So they're both doing physics graduate level.
Bell's theorem. So
by now they probably both have their PhDs, or they're into their PhDs. They stopped making videos 2 years ago. Live is 4 years ago.
Well,
2 years ago. Yeah, they stopped making videos 2 years ago, apparently. Oh, only 7,000. Let's see if there's still a website. No. Yeah, they're not even paying their dues for the website.
Right. First of all, I think we still haven't defined Bell's theory.
Bell's inequality? I guess we can real quick.
Yeah.
So basically, it's like this. So let's imagine this. So we've got a particle A. Particle A will decay into an entangled pair or something. Or let's say we'll release an entangled pair of particles B and C. Particles B and C will go through two separate detectors that measure the spin of the particle. And let's say that the two spin detectors are aligned along the same direction, the same axis. So the spatialness of this actually is relevant, of the detectors. And we always, just as an aside, we always wondered as an undergrad, like this, even as a graduate student, does the spin actually mean something spatially? But really, it kind of does and it doesn't. I know it's kind of confusing, but I like to think of it as like a binary kind of thing. But the spatial properties are kind of relevant in some sense. Okay. So what happens is when you measure particle B along one axis and then particle C along the same axis, you get different probabilities as those spin detectors are rotated. So this is where the spatial part actually comes necessary. Eugene Kuryansky has a very good video on this that I would definitely recommend if you want to search that. But then let's say as you keep doing this and repeating these entangled sets going through these detectors B and C.
This was completely explained terribly. What did he say? I don't even know what he said. Binary. What is he talking about? Eugene, go to Eugene. Eugene has a good video about. Did they make a link to Eugene? Eugene Wigner. I don't know.
Particle B, let's just pretend like that detector is fixed spatially. But then particle C's detector rotates 360 degrees in space, or at least 180, because then that should cover the full Monty, if you will. And then the other side should be symmetric. And that in the hidden variables test, each time you go through those detector, you have a certain probability to get either a spin up or a spin down, and that correlation between those particles. And as you rotate the detector spatially, your probability actually changes. And in the hidden variables interpretation, when you graph those probability points, so you're basically graphing probability versus the detector angle on an axis. So your probability is on y-axis and then your detector angle is on the x-axis. As you graph that, you actually get a triangular waveform. Like if you guys are into synthesizer music, you know the triangular waveform. It literally just looks like a triangle. But the interesting, that has to do with Bell's inequality. So Bell's inequality will give you that graphical distribution of probabilities versus angle. Now, the crazy thing is though, which is why this shows that quantum mechanics is a better model. It doesn't prove quantum mechanics is right, but it proves that hidden variables is not an acceptable interpretation in the sense that Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen were talking about. Because actually with quantum mechanics, you get a different probability curve. And you get a sinusoid instead of a triangular wave. So it shows you that the probabilities are actually different as you rotate the detectors if the two spins, the two particles are in an undetermined state rather than a hidden variable state.
Yeah, and it's set up as an inequality mostly out of like you read the original paper and it's kind of a lot of math, which is surprising.
But it's very basic math.
Yeah,
it's like if you understand just normal algebra and maybe a little bit of statistics, you can definitely understand Bell's inequality.
What I mean by math is like the level of abstraction, because you did talk about particle states and stuff like that, and then you set up this assumption. I mean, this is a theorem, so of course you can have math, but you set up this theorem, and so it comes out to where you have to have a value greater than 2 point something. Do you remember
2.93 or something?
Yeah.
That's for well, it gives you. It's like a trial. You can see that the sign when you measure the spin along the 45-degree angle. I think for both of them, I want to say with Bell's inequality, it shows you that it comes out with the wrong answer. It says that 1/2 is less than or equal to 0.293, and that shows you that can't be right. So that's the quantum mechanical. Those would be if you use the quantum mechanical probabilities, and they actually show you that Bell's inequality is wrong in quantum mechanics.
Yeah, which means it's sort of like we call this in math like a counter example in a sense, right? To prove quantum mechanics.
Yeah, something like that, or proof by contradiction. Yeah, it's along those lines. I don't know if that's completely accurate. We're not mathematicians. Don't show us.
On the terminology.
It's in that realm where it's like you can clearly do the experiment and you'll get values that do not satisfy the inequality. So it shows you that it can't be correct for quantum mechanics. But
what do you mean by it can't be correct?
Well, it shows you that the inequality is not correct in the quantum mechanical model. That Bell's inequality is only for a classical model.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I need the audience to hear it.
Yeah.
Just so you kind of like, wait.
Yeah.
Quantum
Mechanics
clear.
Yeah. So quantum mechanics follows a different set of rules. It actually follows the rules that the particle states, the two coupled particles, are actually in an undetermined state. They do not have some missing variable that's hiding the information of what state they're in.
Yeah, it's a powerful little Bell's theorem is a powerful little thought experiment.
It is really amazing too that you can actually distinguish with probabilities whether something is actually undetermined or if it actually has something that you just it knows but it's just not showing.
Yeah,
it's very powerful. It just shows you the amazing the amazing nature of probability and how you can actually get answers just by repeating something over and over and over again.
Fascinating stuff. It's crazy. I mean, no wonder. Hats off to Bell.
Yeah,
he actually did this, and that's not to say that he got it right the first time. I think like he had several formulations of the theorem that had different iterations. So the original one was in 1964, and then one in 1971, 76, and then finally the one in 1990 was like the more well put together one. And it wasn't until recently, I think 2015 was when that landmark experiment was done where it closed all the loopholes, and that's why a professor made us do this paper.
Oh, really?
Grad school. Yeah, shout out to the.
I don't know if anybody's ever closed all the loopholes. I think they've closed them mostly.
Yeah,
but I think the loophole one actually has an unclosable loop.
The 2015 paper.
I mean, not the loophole. The freedom of choice has an unclosable loop. I think.
Oh yeah. So explain the freedom of choice.
So that one I actually don't know.
That was kind of interesting. Well, my takeaway was that the freedom of choice one is.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't right click on this. This is terrible. How can I go? So there's no way I can go to this? I want to go to this, but like with the right. I don't want to leave this video. So this is a link, right? Yeah.
This is one of the many reasons why we.
So this guy decided to punish his daughter because she was bullying another child. This is daily dose of masculinity. So I wrote, did you negotiate this punishment with her? If not, then try negotiating much better results. So somebody replied, really? Laughing emoji. That is the most absurd thing I saw today. I'm sure that he's referencing my comment as the most absurd thing. All I'm saying is try. If you didn't negotiate this punishment, try negotiating the punishment. Much better results. So this guy says that's absurd. That's absurd. That's absurd. Of course, punishing without negotiation is much better. Yeah, okay. So you're not even going to try. You're not even going to try, not even once, that you might discover that you're wrong. All right.
It has to do with like you setting up your experiment, how you set up your experiment, and whether or not you're setting it up in a way that's truly random in some sense.
Right. So people take the random information, let's say from like stars from like 600 or thousands of years ago, and they take the photons and actually use that as like
inputs.
Yeah. What do they call that though? It's like when you do your mouse movements on a computer, and you can make your password stronger. They use that noise as like a seed to make more powerful passwords, and it generates random noise.
Gotcha.
I forget what it's called. There's a name for it. Leave in the comments.
There's a function thing. Is that kind of function?
Yeah, but it's basically you can use random noise to make your stuff stronger. That's basically what they use for the freedom of choice when they're actually measuring angles in those quantum systems, because they think that you might be biased. If a human does it, you're actually biasing the probability distributions. But lo and behold, the sinusoid that you should get from a quantum mechanical system still presents itself when you have a completely randomized thing.
Yeah, I think there was one interesting test in 2018. This was like 2 years ago, to like overcome this probability of having the deterministic nature of the outcomes or whatever. One experiment used inputs from like over 100,000 people.
I thought that was like a gamer thing or something.
Yeah, it was cool. Another cool thing that they did to remove, what was the second loophole you mentioned?
Locality.
Yeah, locality, which is like the physical separation between the experiments. So this has to do directly with like
why is his forehead
the speed of light? So like if you can say something.
Why is his forehead shiny? What's going on here? Does he like have tape on his forehead?
At least in general, you can say something space-like separated, I believe, if there's a signal that can't reach the other observer. They give on by like the speed of light propagation being.
Yeah, basically locality. I guess the definition kind of is where it's saying that your system will not interact with anything outside of its local region. So basically, it means like
the speed of light. How fast?
Yeah, like it means like so the fastest thing in the universe, of course, is the speed of light. Yeah. So your particle must. So if you have two particles in the universe, say the universe is just two particles, that one particle needs to at least be a distance of 300,000 kilometers away, which is how long it takes for light travel 1 second to have 1 second of locality. So it means that there's going to be no interaction with that system for 1 second. But then, of course, that got me thinking down a train of like tangent. Where I was like, but then again, there's particles everywhere, so nothing's going to be local. But then I realized, okay, let's imagine if there's two particles together in the universe, separated way far, or that's three particles. So one particle in the center here, and then two.
I guess locality means the light cone, that any influence, any input and output can only be within my light cone.
Particles together 300,000 kilometers away.
Yeah.
If you have two particles opposite sign, then all of that.
My light cones, the input and the output light. I mean the history and the future light cones.
Field should be canceled out, except for the local region for those two particles far away. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
So like if you have positive and negative, then it's neutral.
The whole universe is neutral.
Yeah. And you can look at that because if you zoom out on those two particles, then they look like one dot of a neutral atom, essentially.
Exactly.
I was like, okay, it makes sense then. So as long as you have mostly neutral stuff around, then you should be good in your local region.
Yeah. Well, that got me thinking too. Like, what's the longest distance we've gotten in measuring? Like,
I think pretty far actually.
I want to say there was an experiment in which I thought was interesting. So 2017, it was the longest distance recorded was 1,200 kilometers.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it was achieved with satellite transmission.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so the experiment.
Damn, no interactions with satellite. That's crazy.
I don't know. I mean,
so they're using photons to entangle.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
Makes sense. A lot of people use photons, and they entangle photons using the polarizations. Do you remember what that SPDC stands for?
No.
So they do some.
I'm not sure what that is.
There's some technique that they like to do with them entangling photons.
Yeah, well, the landmark paper in 2015, I think, uses some kind of crystal to like polarize.
BBO.
I think so. I don't remember exactly.
That's the same technique, I'm pretty sure.
But that was like the landmark paper. If you guys want to go research it, just search 2015 Bell theorem test, and I'm sure it's like one of the main papers that came out.
Spontaneous parametric down conversion. It doesn't even sound like anything that makes sense.
That's
why I can't remember what it is because I forget what the heck it even means.
Yeah, it's a weird abbreviation.
Yeah, but it's basically they make two photons pairing.
Yeah.
So the way I saw it was how did I see it? I think they have a pump electron or something that has some high energy that knocks another particle into another high energy state, but that particle cannot come down energies unless it releases two photons. So it releases a photon of high energy and then a photon of lower energy. But then that photon of lower energy has an exactly opposite polarization as the one with high energy. And then they're entangled because of that, because of their opposite polarizations. But I think the uncertainty lies in which one has which polarization. I don't remember the details though, like why the polarizations are completely perpendicular.
Yeah.
But it's just a common technique, I guess. It's very easy to do.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like it's like related almost to a laser in some sense. You pump a particle that hits something, I guess, and it kind of gives it some kind of stimulated emission.
Yeah.
Except it's emitting two photons rather than one. But anyway.
Yeah, but this is all it's I mean just kind of synthesizing everything, I guess. This was like I wish there were more foundations of quantum mechanics stuff like this going on. Probing or a true understanding of quantum mechanics, right?
Right.
We haven't really done this. Like,
well, some people are. Yeah,
but it's like is the right word should? It's like a should.
Yeah. Should like they poo-pooed it.
Well, like
you shoot, you poo.
Yeah. It's like the physics community is like, we're not really preoccupied with like.
Right.
Yeah.
Shut up and calculate.
Yeah, and it's like we need to explore some of these philosophical quandaries within quantum mechanics. It's like this is all physics was initially motivated by philosophy in some sense.
Yeah.
Or trying to understand the universe in some sense because we reach these because math can only get you so far.
Right. I think you're 100% right.
Yeah.
You need to have new insights from the philosophical implications.
Yeah. And Bell was kind of motivated by the Broglie-Bohm theory with like the wave packet thing.
Okay.
Because Bohm initially his thesis was on, I believe,
is that Bohmian mechanics?
Yeah. He was kind of like Bohm was an interesting guy, but as a student, his thesis was basically born. It gave rise to the many world. No, that's Everett.
Okay.
But Everett was influenced by Bohm because Bohm wanted to create a theory that was like that could have hidden variables.
Yeah. That's why I've been kind of careful to say like the hidden variables not completely debunked.
Yeah.
Because you can, I think, still have quantum mechanical systems that are aligned, I think, with kind of modern day ones like Bohmian. I don't know. I'm not familiar with Bohmian mechanics, but I knew this has something to do with hidden variables.
Yeah.
But the hidden variables of the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen is moot.
Yeah.
Because theirs follows the whole Bell inequality.
Yeah. But rest assured, Bell's quantum mechanics is true. It's truer than true. It's a real feature of the universe. Entanglement is a real correlation between separated particles across space. So,
and actually, one I want to say too, I came up with a counter to shut up and calculate.
What's up?
So as people tell me shut up and calculate, I'm from now on going to say slow down and contemplate.
Oh, I like it. That's a T-shirt right there. Slow down and contemplate, baby.
Yeah. So if anybody tries to give you that shit,
we need to fight back.
You can also say shut up and theorize, but shut up and contemplate slow down and contemplate is great.
You gotta fight back those people.
That's right.
Y'all suck, man. Y'all are stagnating the culture in some sense.
That's right.
But what I've noticed since I started, researching physics is that when you go to these servers, you get attacked like crazy for anything. So, but then again, the servers end up dying. They shut NASA shill down. He wouldn't let me speak. Would not let me speak. Terrible. Just from the fact that it's so difficult to talk to people, that in itself is evidence that it's evidence of something.
Like philosophers of physics,
that they know. They're not experts. The experts let you speak a little bit.
We got to start taking it back because I think that's why we're in a rut too right now. You can only get so far if you just keep shutting up and calculating. You got to have both.
Yeah. So
there you go.
Yeah. Hats off to Bell. Rest in peace. Legend. Modern legend of quantum mechanics. But is there any big takeaways, I guess, that you kind of wanted to share? I guess besides
let me think. So
any final thoughts, I guess?
Yeah. Let me think. So I don't know. I just the power of.
I think this guy is Indian. It's so funny. People say, "Oh, the brown people. The brown people are the smartest." This guy is also Juan. He's also brown. These are both brown people, and oh, the brown people, the brown people. Vivek Ramaswamy is brown, and he's on Trump's team.
Probabilities, I didn't realize how powerful probabilities. Never really clicked.
And Elon Musk is African, and he's on Elon's team. He's on Trump's team.
To me, like that probability is something that can be actually realized in real life too. Like you can see its effect. Like in the sense of, like I'm saying, like let's say
if you can see the effect, then you're saying there is an effect. Then what is the effect? If there is an effect, then what is the effect? If there is an effect, what is the effect? What is the effect? So you're going to tell me, oh, it's a different distribution of probabilities. That's the effect.
Had something that had a 60% chance of happening, or 45 or 40% chance of something else happening. So like an event A could happen 60% of the time, and an event B could happen 40% of the time. My old uneducated brain was like, well, then who cares? Like it can happen either way or not. But the thing is, the whole power of probability is if you do it enough times, you will guaranteed get it happening 60% more times or 40% of the time.
Exactly.
When you actually look at a graph of all those numbers. Yeah. So you can actually get real numbers out of probability that you can test and look at. If you do it enough iterations.
Exactly. Yeah.
So just show me like, oh, like, and this is only a recent-ish thought. Like since I've been in physics, it's like, damn, I never realized how powerful probability actually is, and there are real numbers and things you can see from this.
And I'm going to send you down another rabbit hole, Terrence.
Okay.
Because I've come to find, I was kind of shocked. I mean, when I realized probabilities were this kind of feature of the universe in some sense, I came to recognize that mathematicians started thinking about this. Are all probabilities created equal?
Like, what do you mean?
Like, are there different flavors of probabilities? Like, what makes, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's, and you'll come to find that they aren't. There are different kinds of probabilities, apparently. Like, Bayesian probabilities are one type. And there are other more exotic types of probabilities that you can examine, which is a question that physicists were asking. They were like, well, what makes do we have like quantum probabilities or just probabilities specific to quantum mechanics? Because the probabilities in quantum mechanics aren't the same as the probabilities in card tricks or fucking like rolling dice.
Right. But I think the basic structure of probability is the same. But I think, like you're saying, I think the big distinction there is the fact of, are you taking into account all the variables that influence the probability? So with Bayesian probabilities, I know it's very heavy on like, you can actually get different probabilities than you might think if you're analyzing it too simply.
Yeah.
So you need the actual variables that have some kind of heavy weight on the system to actually look at the probability properly. Like I know the physics community has adopted a lot more Bayesian methods as of late. Like even our school, I know some of the professors use Bayesian probabilities in some of their research.
This is actually one of the very best videos I've ever seen on this topic.
Yeah, because it gives you stronger results if you actually take in all of the factors.
And they're actually not even with their PhDs. They're not done with their PhDs, and they're not even white, and they're not even old.
Like, let's say if you're like trying to find the probability of a dice roll, we like to look at it as a pure thing where it's like, oh,
they don't know, like a lot of stuff they just don't know. Like they don't know GR, and they keep saying, I don't know this, they don't know inflation. This guy didn't take his cosmology course yet. But nevertheless, it ends up being one of the best videos on the topic.
oh, 1/6 is always going to be the probability that you get a certain number on each side. But let's say it's a windy day, you might use Bayesian probability by actually taking into account the wind factor of it. So then you might get a different probability distribution based on the wind,
accounted for.
Yeah, so it's like you have to actually look at all the factors that are relevant to the system, and that's how Bayesian probability makes a stronger statement.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean that could be a discussion for a whole nother.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know much about probability though, so that's like almost the extent of my
knowledge. We'd be opening a can of worms. We can maybe bring on some mathematician if they study probabilities and stuff in some sense.
That is one. There's always these handful of maths that I wish I knew more about. And probability and like combinatorics. That's one of those big ones on my list that I wish I knew more. Statistics in general. So
interesting.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that's our time.
Yeah, that's our time. We'll stay for the outro.
All right, folks. Thank you guys. Thank you for watching. Thank you.
Thank you for staying. Please don't forget to like, comment, share, subscribe. Most importantly, share. And yeah, I guess a comment that we could
just 600 views.
Leave. I guess we have multiple questions that we asked the audience.
Yeah, I guess so. What do you think? You got one in the bag?
No, I mean just the ones that we asked in the beginning, like the cosmology thing.
Okay.
Or near the end, sorry.
Yeah, I say almost just leave us your thoughts on this one because this is such a big subject rife with a lot of good and interesting questions and dialogue.
Yeah,
Tell us what you thought of the episode. Tell us if you had something that you want to comment on, and we'll get to it. So leave us a message for sure.
Yep. All right.
And yeah, guys, make sure once again like, subscribe, comment, share, and then check out the website iconbros.com. Iconbros on Twitter, Iconbros on Instagram, Iconbros2 on TikTok, and we will see you guys next time.
Oh, it said hiatus. Eigenrose hiatus.
And we will see you guys next time. Leave us a message for sure. Good and interesting questions and dialogue. Tell us what you thought of the episode. Tell us if you had something that you want to comment on, and we'll get to it. So leave us a message for sure.
Yep. All right.
And yeah, guys, make sure once again like, subscribe, comment, share, and then check out the website iconbros.com. Iconbros on Twitter, Iconbros on Instagram, Iconbros2 on TikTok, and we will see you guys next time.
There it is.
Welcome back, people. So, guys, make sure you like, share, comment, subscribe. I think that still applies.
Yeah, for sure.
And guys, check out iCanBros.com, iCanBros on Instagram, iCanBros on Twitter, iCanBros2 on TikTok. And patrons, thank you guys once again for all your support. May want greatly appreciate it. Patreon.com/iCanBros. If you guys want to check it out. I guess what's the title of this episode? What do you think? Something like
hiatus, and then like and soy
grid,
whatever. I don't know what it's called anymore.
Or should we do real quick? Say final episode of iCanBros.
That's true. Very clickbait.
Right. So I guess if you guys are watching this, you see the title that me and Juan are going to be winding down the podcast. Unfortunately,
doesn't mean content will wind down, but it does mean.
It does mean that
the sort of live podcast is going to be changing.
Yes.
Probably, but we're going to get into the program of the episode, but essentially we'll unravel it there. But disclaimer, I have suffered potato poisoning.
So no, explain what that even means.
Yeah. So potatoes don't eat it if it's budding. I made the mistake of like thinking that, as long as I took the little buds, the little flowering stuff off, then I would be fine.
Yeah, I didn't even know potatoes have flowers.
You're supposed to like shave off the skin and then like carve out the bud. So
right.
Because that's where the toxins are, which are it's in a family of nightshade. So it can be pretty debilitating if in high doses. So
you mean that's just not you being sad because the podcast
actually I lied, guys. I'm actually devastated. No, but there is a sadness to it, but to me it's like it's going to present a lot of opportunities for the show to grow in some ways. Like in the way we deliver content, a lot of content creators like they just adapt to the constraints. So in some ways I don't know which one we'll end up choosing because we have plenty of options. I mean, because for the record, folks, I'm getting a job in a lab in Washington, and so that means that
big money one, you call them now.
Well, big money is a little bit
some money.
Thank you. I'm moving literally across the country diagonally, and it's going to be a huge. It's just going to be a huge endeavor.
Right. So this is definitely going to be the last episode for at least a little bit because Juan's going to have a bunch of stuff going on, and we're not going to be able to, he's not going to have time to be able to shoot anything. So, and then once it's in Washington, of course, I don't want to do the Zoom kind of deal because I mean,
I hate not a fan of Zoom.
I can't stand him. I mean, I like try to watch it with Bill Burr and Bert Kreischer had one together.
Yeah.
And I love Bill Burr. I love Bert Kreischer too. And I mean, I couldn't even watch it. It was just so unbearable to me.
Like, what is it about the Zoom ones? Like, how did you manage to get through the pandemic through the whole thing?
Well, I stuck with Tiger Belly, and then I also stuck with the H3, and they did it with their wives.
Yeah.
So it's still a normal podcast, right? Because H3, it's Ethan Klein and Ela Klein.
Yeah.
They're both in the same house, and then of course, it was Tiger Belly was Kalila Kuhn and Bobby Lee,
right.
So they were already together.
Yeah.
So yeah, with the Zoom stuff, I couldn't do it, man. But with some of the Zoom podcasts, I just couldn't even watch them anymore. The Two Bears One Cave, I mean, can't do it.
Yeah, I think I will say that the Zoom podcast is harder to. I mean, we've had to do Zoom shows before, like the Veritasium one,
right? But those are more special because those are like guests we'll never be able to talk to otherwise. Like,
and I want to highlight that.
Yeah.
Because Terrence, I think you will agree if there's a big get, like those big gets, we will coordinate. I imagine we will coordinate something.
Right. We'll sacrifice the quality for, for Veritasium.
Yeah. I think those big gets are like super important. I think the show will exist in some form or manner in terms of these. I will go out of my way to do an interview with somebody like Veritasium or Lewin Brown or
we just might each have our own screen.
Right. Which and I mean, like we can navigate these things, but I'm also not a huge fan of the Zoom ones only because you remove a lot of the language barrier for body language and just
like jokes don't land right. Like someone says a joke and it's like
the timing is off. It's a lot more rigid. You definitely have to. It's a lot less conducive to what we do in a regular show. So
right.
So the flow will be different. It'll probably feel different just because again we're not in the same room and the body language is kind of hard to tell and it'll probably seem a little bit more serious. Who knows? So, but we are willing to do. We're not throwing Zoom out the window. We're saying
but expecting regular episodes every week. Don't plan
right.
So, but yeah.
So that, and then I don't know. Do you want to add something to
that? Yeah. Who knows? We may even switch up the kind of content we do. I guess. Like maybe podcasting won't be the regular thing. I'm still trying to think of what we can even do. I've done some other stuff on the channel where I've done like music videos. They've been pretty okay received. But I'm not sure if that's what people will come for. That's just more kind of a fun thing for me to do. But I don't know. Yeah.
I was thinking like I know these are huge, but I mean it's no mystery. Like YouTube's algorithm pumps out people who do 10-minute videos and whatnot. So let me crank my volume a little bit. I got to really work to project my voice right now, just because the poison that's surging through my body is killing my energy levels.
Inconceivable.
So I have to exert a lot of energy to talk. But I will say that I've been teasing. I'm a fan of video essays, and I've been teasing that I want to do a couple, and hopefully, like, there's enough content there that we can I can maybe learn how to put these out in some regularity, just because it would be interesting. And I'm gonna be working in a big lab, so hopefully, maybe I can like set up situations where we can talk to people.
That'd be cool.
Because they have
like one-on-one interviews where you like find someone there and then just do
right.
That'd be interesting.
I mean, I might as well just. I don't know if I should say it now, maybe, because I mean, it's
where you're at.
Yeah, because I guess
maybe.
Right. I guess it doesn't. Really
I'm always reluctant.
I am reluctant, but
I want crazy guys knocking.
Let me just say it's where they do a big collaboration with LIGO there, and it's like it would be interesting to do content like that, on-site content and off-site content. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities to do different form content now, and so since there will be more income coming in, the show can afford to do.
Right, you can do a lot more things potentially.
Right. You can do the Lex Friedman style of like flying somewhere.
Right, that'd be cool. Yeah, I still would like us to I still envision us having a podcast with Andrew Dodson and Lex Friedman. Andrew Dodson seems very likely impossible, but Lex Friedman's a little bit more unattainable, but it still seems possible.
Yeah,
In person, I mean, like,
oh, I see.
like
Yeah,
us all in the room.
I mean, I think it's possible. It's just like, the Lex Friedman model, and I'm saying that as, like sort of us going to the guest.
Yeah,
and
that'd be cool.
And it would be possible with both of us making money, and it's just a matter of like, how do we write this off on our taxes?
Right. I'm also trying to still look for jobs too. So, me and Juan are going to both hopefully be working. I mean, I have a job now, but I want to, actually have a job that's kind of paying better, so that maybe I could do some more stuff like this too. Where I can get a job where I can take off and randomly be like, Juan, let's fly out to freaking New Mexico to go do a podcast with Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be down for it. I mean, assuming my weekends are mine and not the company's.
Right.
But yeah, like I would love to do content like that, and that kind of opens getting more money kind of opens the show up, or more opportunities to do things like that. Go to guests and trap them in a room or something. And we obviously we'd have to upgrade equipment. I mean, we can't do this $30.
I don't even know if they can see it. Can they see it?
No, they can never see it. It's a 4-channel mic input.
Right.
By Behringer.
Yeah.
But everything will change. The camera setup will change. It'll probably be more professional. 2-camera setup or 3, maybe even. I don't know how fancy we would get with it.
4K cameras. Ooh.
Yeah, man. I mean, like the show.
Let's not get the audience excited though.
I mean, for me, look, if we can figure out a way to because we would put in our own money, but if you up the quality and then we do a type of Lex Friedman style, I think it could work. I think it could pull eyes and ears in.
It'd be weird though because we put an episode out with me and then one with you. It'd be kind of cool though.
Oh, no, I'm saying for both of us.
Oh, like if you zoomed in.
No, I wouldn't want to zoom in.
Yeah,
that'd be weird.
awkward.
It would be kind of awkward. Yeah, just a floating face.
Yeah,
it would be weird. I mean, we can sort it out. But I think like even if it was just like both of us coordinate like ahead of time, like 3 weeks ahead, be like, we're gonna go interview this person.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. So we're back again. Like, share, comment, subscribe. As always, guys, if you haven't done so already, check out the.
Wait, why is it stopped?
Euler-Lagrange equations. So, and yeah, just keeping it brief for the intro. Let's jump into it. So, we're talking Euler-Lagrange equations. So, this is one of these topics that I've been avoiding for a long time because I'm kind of intimidated by it. It's like one of these really deep physics concepts and even math concepts.
There's nothing deep about it. It's just that we notice, like other things, we notice the principle of least action. That's it. We notice that it's true. There's nothing deeper about it. It's weird, but that's the way it is.
It's basically like one of the most important equations I would say in physics. It basically is like a master equation that gives you ideally any kind of equation for the systems that we work with in, classical mechanics to quantum field theory to even quantum mechanics. I mean, the Lagrangian is everywhere.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about the Lagrangian before we start off one?
I think it's cool.
And that wraps it up.
The end. No, Euler Lagrange. Euler, not spelled how it sounds.
No, I probably called it Euler for a good year.
Same. It's a German physicist. Euler.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, German guy.
He's something.
Wasn't he like one of these savants?
Yeah, he literally did like everything in mathematics. It's like a joke. Like if mathematicians just name whatever a new math thing is after, or they name the second guy Euler because Euler's usually the guy who did it first. I fucked that up, but I think I got the point across.
Lagrange was the savant. I don't know if Euler was a savant.
You have to hyphenate your name with Euler because
he probably already got to it at some point
because he owns you.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we did an episode on Giga Chad physicist. That's the Giga Chad of mathematics, basically.
Yeah, he is. He really is. He's actually I think he motivated people proving Fermat's theorem.
Oh, did he?
Because I think he was the guy who was like, oh, I have a proof for this, but well, it's actually too big to write in the margins here.
Well, that's what Fermat said.
No, this is what.
No, that's what Fermat said. Fermat said that he had proof for something, but he was saying it's too.
Oh yeah, you're right. What the fuck am I thinking of? I thought Euler had a proof, but he also was like, yeah.
He might have said something similar, but what you're talking about is definitely Fermat because Fermat's last theorem.
Yeah. See, this is what sleep deprivation does to you folks.
Anyway, let's jump back on.
He's sleep deprived. He's doing a podcast while sleep deprived. Oh my god.
Lagrangian. So what?
No. I mean, I kind of want to contextualize. I'm one of these people that feel like you kind of have to contextualize the people. You have to know the people who came up with it.
I see.
To know.
See, I'm trying to capture the audience in the first 15 minutes for the YouTube.
Gotcha.
So I'm trying to jump in.
Okay, gotcha. Well, here's the thing. Lagrange very useful. We use it for physics.
Yep.
If you haven't gotten that just yet, to solve dynamical equations, equations of motion. That's our bread and butter for physicists. We're in the market to predict stuff.
Right. So the equation of motions for the people who are laymen, let's say. I mean, it's the set of equations you need to basically predict anything about the motion of a system. So it's like you put in a number, or you put in let's say if you got you're walking down the street, or let's say you have a chart of someone's path of a marathon or something. Let's say the equation of motion would be like you can have their position anytime, you can know their velocity, you can know their acceleration anytime. So it basically gives you all the information you need to know about how they moved along that path. So it's very powerful. You can see that, and it basically tells you everything you need to know about the dynamics of the system. So with that being said, though,
only if the energy is concerned.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, if you try to counterpoint, if somebody's in the comments like, well, actually, not every, that is the caveat for a lot of stuff. It has to be there are conservative forces in physics and non-conservative forces. But
you kind of jumped the gun for me a little bit. I had a little order, but the thing is, you're right, because the Lagrangian is.
I was trying to summarize everything in the first 5 minutes.
That's good though. No worries. Just do what you feel.
No,
but yeah, it's like so let's just jump in. Like, what is Lagrangian though? So Lagrangian, basically, like I said in the beginning, it's like the master equation, or I guess we'll call it the Lagrange equations. The Lagrangian is a part of the action. So there's something called the principle of least action, and the principle of least action is really that's the main concept that is the big one in physics. And the principle of least action basically seeks to minimize the energy of a system. So what does that mean exactly? So it's like if you're trying to figure out the.
No, it doesn't seek to minimize the energy of the system. Why would you say that? It seeks to to minimize the action. That's it. What did he say, Dylan?
The principle of least action basically seeks to minimize the energy of a system. Really, that's the main concept that is the big one in physics. And the principle of least action basically seeks to minimize the energy of a system. So what does that mean exactly?
It seeks to minimize the energy of the system?
Exactly. So it's like if you're trying to figure out the lowest possible energy it takes to do some action, to literally do something. I shouldn't use the word action because it's going to mix up the two meanings. So it's like the minimal energy it takes to do something. The action is what you use to be able to minimize or find the minimal path, let's say, to do that thing. So I guess it's better to give examples usually with things like this. So like, let's say you throw a ball in the air, right? If you throw a ball in the air, what the action or the principle of least action tells you is that there is a path of minimal energy that the ball will take. So there's only one path that ball will take, and it's always the least energy path, essentially. So you can imagine like you threw the ball, and we live in some alternate reality where the ball did this zigzag motion or did a loop to loop, before it came back down. What the action basically tells you, the principle of least action tells you, is that the ball will never do the loop to loop, the zigzag. It's going to do the normal path that we're familiar with, just the up and the down, because that's the minimal path it takes.
Unless you're a baseball player and you throw curveballs.
Yeah, well, then you're just messing around with physics.
No, because you put spin on it. But those are initial condition stuff. But initial conditions, assuming that it's a projectile motion, right? It's just like boom, like a cannonball, right?
Yeah. So it's just
nothing fancy.
No, it's nothing fancy. So it's just this weird thing. It's not necessarily obvious though. Like to me, when I learned about the Lagrangian, it was kind of a mind-blowing situation because I didn't realize that there was something so fundamental about physics that you could say regarding energy. Because and this is another reason why I was kind of scared to talk about the Lagrangian, is because the action which contains the Lagrangian is equal to the kinetic energy minus the potential energy, and kinetic energy, of course, for the layman is energy.
But that's just a form of the equation. That's not the original way that the equation was developed. Somebody must correct them. What?
Energy that's moving, so it has to do with movement. It's energy like if you're punching someone in the face, it's the energy of your fist, or that's kind of violent. But
yeah, I was like, interesting. That's your first. Imagine you're punching someone.
Well, yeah, that's kinetic energy. And then potential energy.
Potential energy is in your fist.
That's true. That's right. Right before you punch in the face, it's all the rage you're building in your fist. All right, let's stop. Let's
tone it down here a little bit.
Or the Yagen Bros doesn't help.
Yeah, I know. Well, let's. But the kinetic energy is the energy in motion, and then it's succinctly captured in the 1/2 mv squared, so mass times
that's
velocity
the classic equation. Yeah, and then the potential energy and the kinetic energy have this relation where if you have all kinetic energy, then you don't have any potential, and the energies they shift over time as your system moves. So as as the fist is moving, it starts at all potential energy, and then it's
but that's the Hamiltonian. That's not the Lagrangian.
Slowly transitions into kinetic and potential energy until it meets the end of its path, and then it's all kinetic. Let's say. So it's got this relationship. Kinetic and potential energy have this finite amount of total energy that they can use. That's related to the conservation of energy. And yeah, the kinetic energy and potential energy changes as it goes along this trajectory. So the Lagrangian seeks to minimize this kinetic and potential energy. So it's kinetic minus potential. And we're trying to look for the smallest amount of energy for a particular path. And it's just a really interesting notion. And I guess just to jump back to my point, the reason I was, another reason why I was scared to touch it.
It's the way Veritasium, the way it was originally presented, it's the MVS. It's mass times velocity times distance. That's the action. And there's many curves, and you want the minimal curve, the minimal path in which you take the integral of m times v times s, or m times v times ds, the integral of mv ds. So you have multiple curves, multiple paths, and you get multiple integrals, and you get the minimal integral. And you can reorganize it in such a way that it's also the difference between the kinetic and the potential ds. The integral of I think the definition of the Lagrangian is just the kinetic minus the potential times ds. But it's not a minimal energy. One form of the principle is using energy. You can convert it to energy, but the simplest form is m times v times s. That's the action.
Is because energy is always real crazy abstraction.
Yeah, I was actually going to touch on that because it wasn't trivial how we even got to that expression, especially the kinetic energy. Like, kinetic energy minus potential. That wasn't like a thing.
Right. This is the Lagrangian. The Lagrangian times ds, LDS, the integral of LDS over the path is the action, and you try to minimize the action over all possible paths. Nothing to do with minimizing energy.
It's not super obvious.
No,
right?
it's not. No.
And honestly, I don't remember the reasoning behind why it's kinetic minus potential anyway. But
well, I mean,
exactly. He doesn't remember. What do you mean? Oh my God, this is so sad. Oh my God. What do you mean you don't remember? You don't remember because there's no reason for it. You can derive the Lagrangian from MVS, but why is MVS as the action? Why is the principle of least action? Why is it a principle? There's no reason for this principle. We just noticed that it's true.
There was debated even, actually, you're the one who told me this. The kinetic energy part wasn't as like it wasn't just something that people, it's 1/2 the mass times velocity.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, this is kind of just in the realm of energy itself. They weren't even at Lagrangians at this point, I don't think. But or maybe they were, I don't know.
Well, because it all started, okay, because most introductory physics, the logical framework is you're introduced to kinetic energy and potential energy, and then you get into conservation of energy, and then the Lagrangian is a more abstract and deeper version. Yeah, and deep.
I don't know if it's an abstract and deeper version. It's just you can derive it from the original form of the principle of least action.
Deeper version.
The energy alone, the conservation of energy.
Exactly,
But they're all.
It's not energy. It's a Lagrangian. It's not energy. Energy is Hamiltonian.
All related in some sense. But yeah, the Lagrangian just goes that extra step further. You're like, oh God, more abstraction. But as it goes, more abstraction in physics usually the more fundamental, the more deeper. So it's one of these things you have to know because it's just so useful. And it's just so it's just a deep part of how everything works, basically. So you need to know it. But anyway,
I was going to say, do you remember what the answer was for that MV squared? Because when I think about kinetic energy, I think, it's like something like momentum, right? And momentum's usually m mass times velocity, right?
Wait, say that one more time.
When I think about kinetic energy, it's like, it's something in motion, right?
Yeah.
And I think momentum because it's motion.
We shouldn't say it that way. I think you're saying like when you think of a conserved quantity, you think of momentum first, naturally, right? Yeah. Kinetic energy is not really obvious at all, right? So who the hell came up with this?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it had to do with the whole argument of the vis viva controversy. We talked about this in one of our older podcasts. It's like, what is energy or something? You guys can check that one out. We can maybe link it here. But
it's a classic.
Yeah.
It's really actually. It's a really good deep dive on that. There's a lot of history.
It's a little bit of a fucked up podcast though, because that was the first time we actually went ham on a script. So it kind of I remember we were kind of fucked up because we had a script that didn't work. But it actually has good information in there. So if you can stomach the script, the information was useful. But anyway,
we were taking baby steps. Okay?
Yeah.
So anyway,
we're still learning,
Yeah.
But it was like it was cool because it showed the evolution of energy, the conservation of energy. And I think what really broke the whole system for people back in the days, saying that only momentum was conserved and screw this, other stuff. Like they found that the conserved quantity wasn't conserved in a gravitational potential. So if you imagine just dropping a ball from point A to point B, that's not the momentum is not conserved, right? You have a delta momentum, you have a change in momentum. And then some brilliant person, they found out, oh, look at me, I found out this new quantity that actually is conserved. And you can think that's kinetic energy that is conserved from point A to point B, dropping a ball in potential. So everybody was, up in arms like, oh, this guy found a new conserved quantity. So which one's the real vis viva or whatever? Which is like this is old stuff. So all this stuff was deeply rooted in like mysticism and religion and whatnot.
You thought energy. You thought we have a very spiritual way of talking about energy. Back then, it was just probably a lot more.
Yeah, like it was intertwined with religion and God and all this stuff. So back then, they were just trying to find this life or this life force or conserving force, this vis viva, and there was a big debate between momentum and kinetic energy. And long story short, we wind up using both because sometimes the kinetic energy is not conserved, and then other times the momentum is not conserved. Like for instance, of course, the classic one with kinetic energy not conserved is inelastic collisions, right? So that's where the momentum is conserved, but not kinetic energy. And then, of course, like I said in the earlier example, kinetic energy is not conserved in the potential field. So so we have multiple vis viva, I guess we could say. But anyway, long story short, that's the kind of the history of kinetic energy. Then we have potential energy, and then we found that the potential and the kinetic are actually related to each other, and they have this conservation law that just hasn't been broken so far as much as we can tell. Really.
I know you all take it for granted.
Cosmic inflation violates conservation of energy.
Right. I mean, it's a beautiful law of physics. It's like kind of crazy how well it works out.
Dude, you don't even know how much I took that for granted as an undergrad, because I was just like,
oh, we all did.
It was like, oh, you're presented with this formula. Yeah. And you just like plug and chug.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of amazing, like the history that goes behind all this stuff.
Yeah.
And they just write down an answer. It's like, okay, there you go. That's like 200 years of debate.
Exactly.
That's why I think this kind of like as a deviation. It's kind of crazy to like be a physicist, because the knowledge you're given is such insane amounts of knowledge.
That's why Bell's theorem, like it's like Bohr with his model, that non-model with his claim that we can never understand quantum mechanics because we haven't understood it thus far. That's probably the history. That's basically the history of physics. In every generation, they didn't understand something for hundreds of years. They were trying to figure it out. So we've been stuck for 100 years trying to understand quantum mechanics. Okay, so it might take a while. That doesn't mean we're never going to understand it. Claiming that we'll never understand it, how do you know? What's your evidence for that? That's ridiculous.
Knowledge that one person can handle. It's almost like you don't really deserve that knowledge because of all the legwork and all the the blood, sweat, and tears that went into actually producing that knowledge.
Exactly.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
The smartest people who've ever lived for hundreds and thousands of years is an accumulation of all the knowledge. And you just get it passed, in a Pearson book.
Yeah, a little morsel.
Yeah. But anyway, I keep getting on tangents here.
But anyway, no, I mean, I feel like it's necessary to contextualize a lot of the not only the expression of the Lagrangian, because it does include kinetic and potential energy, and it's like the difference of those. And the whole point of the Lagrangian is to minimize that expression, right? You're getting the difference, and then when we say minimize in physics, it's usually a mathematical like operation to like make that difference as close to zero as possible.
Right. Yeah. And of course, the minimization, the first thing you think of if you took
it's not minimize. It's minimize or maximize or find a local point, an inflection point. It depends.
Is to find where the slope is zero on some function, right? This is one of the key parts of calculus. Like for the Lemmy Martin player, I mean, this is one of the most useful things you probably ever learn when it comes to calculus. Is calculus can be used as an optimization like a tool where you can find the minimal points on a graph. Let's say if you can imagine a parabola. So a parabola's minimal point would be exactly where that U shape, the bottom of that well on the U shape.
Actually, a good representation of this is if you plot energy versus time and then just like a motion where you see the kinetic energy, you see the transition between kinetic and potential. Did you have to do that in your classes? Yeah. But anyway, like
I was talking about, it's a little bit complicated, I think.
Well, let's just say that you plot energy versus time, right?
Yeah.
Over some kind of motion. Okay. What Terrence is getting at is that when you see one of these
wells, the wells usually at the bottom of the well is the minimum potential. It's the minimum point, and you can think of it 1-to-1 as in like square away exactly with reality. Like just imagine a valley. Valley, the way a valley looks with a dip in it. That's exactly how you would draw the potential on a potential versus time or potential versus position graph, let's say. But anyway, that's what you think of in normal calculus. But the interesting thing about the Euler-Lagrange equations is that it's actually a step above. It's another level because it uses the calculus of variations, which is the action actually is a functional. So we're normally used to in calculus taking a point or taking some function and getting minimal value at a point. What the action does is actually takes a function into a functional. So a functional is basically something that takes in functions and then it seeks to minimize the value for that functional. So if you imagine, it's like you can imagine different paths. It's taking all these.
The output is a function. The output of the principle of least action is a function. It's a paths,
and it just basically finds the smallest path. So a path, is a bunch of different points. So you're taking that entire path into that functional, and then that gives you a minimal value. So
you're taking a bunch of constraints, and the output, yes, Andrew.
Yeah.
The output
Yo,
is
what's
a
up?
function. What's up, Andrews?
How you doing, my black man? How are you doing, though?
Andrew, you gotta watch your mouth because you know that we're streaming. You gotta watch what you're saying.
Sure.
I'm here. I'm streaming for 3 hours, so I don't want to have to take this stream
shit.
down. Yeah. Okay, what do you want to talk about?
Fate.
Fate? F-A-I. Fate or faith?
Not faith or fate.
Fate. Like destiny?
Fate. No, you understand me? I said fate.
Feet?
Fate, yeah.
F-A-I-T?
No.
F-E-I-T? Feet? Do you want to talk about feet?
Yeah.
Oh, fate. Fate like this?
Yeah.
Like destiny. What? Which fate?
No, like this.
Oh, like that? Faith? So you want to talk about faith?
Or this.
Okay, what do you want? What do you want
yeah.
to talk? Just tell me
Yeah.
what you want to talk about. What do you want to talk about? Faith. What?
Fault. Fate. Feet.
You want to talk about teeth?
Yeah, teeth.
Yeah.
Let's go. Come on, Andrew. Let's
Uh-huh.
talk. What do you got to say?
Sure.
Make your proposition.
About teeth?
I don't care about what. Propose
Sure.
something
Here.
to me. Yes.
Sure. Sure. Sure.
Hmm.
Here is my hypothesis.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Hypothetically.
Yeah.
Oh, why did you say, oh my God?
Hmm. I'm sorry.
Hypothetically,
Yeah.
if, okay, yeah, I forgive you.
Hmm.
Hypothetically, if God exists, he wouldn't be having any type of consciousness. Consciousness are a property acquired by brain. Brain affect us by giving us consciousness, mind, basically. So I would basically talk to you about philosophy of minds. What is your belief from the perspective or from the aspect of mind?
Okay, hold on. So you're saying that if God exists, you're saying God. What's your proposition?
Here is a thesis, yeah.
Hmm.
Wait, but first, here is our thesis. Here's our
Hmm.
discussion topic.
Hmm.
Hypothetically, if
Hmm.
God exists, would
Hmm.
he be having any consciousness?
Well, what's the definition of God?
Hypothetically,
But what's the
I said
definition?
hypothetically. It's a given, like
But what's fine? But
definition.
you still have to
Wait,
define.
wait.
Hmm.
Sure, since I'm the one who proposed the idea or the thesis,
It doesn't matter.
may you please give me your definition?
No,
Sure, give me your
it's
own definition.
no. We're trying. You're making a proposition. You're making a
We are not
proposition.
making any proposition.
You're not making a
No,
proposition?
I'm proposing a thesis. I'm proposing an ideological properties.
Whatever, you're proposing. So you need to define. I don't know what you're trying to propose. What look, you're trying to
Tell me your definition. I'm going to agree to your definition.
no,
I agree.
no, what do you mean you agree? No, no, no. Look.
Why are you?
Look, what
What,
is
what is no? You say no, no, no.
look. So what is a proposition? A proposition is
A proposition.
is something that is a thought. It's a thought that is in your mind. Some coherent, more or
It's an
less,
ideological.
yes, whatever. It's an ideology, ideological thought, some vision, some visual, some concept. It's something that is in your
A faith.
mind. Yes. It's in your
Mm.
mind. And
So
you
is the faith a proposition?
hold on. There's a thought that is in your mind and you want to transfer it into my mind. You want to share this knowledge with me and you want to discuss it with me and you want me to help you analyze it and steelman it or decide if it's true, if it's false, if it's good, if it's bad. That is a proposition, right? What?
Sure.
Are you talking to me or Miles Morales?
Miles.
No, so talk to me. I'm
Spider-Man.
here.
Spider-Man.
Leave Miles Morales alone. Let's
Sure.
talk. Talk to me. Did you understand my
Talk. Yeah.
stop?
So in the
Remove that.
beginning, we have to.
Remove that. Remove that.
Okay.
And stop and
Chill. You
look,
have to be at chill.
you wanna talk or you wanna play games? What do you wanna do? You gotta decide. You can't do
I'm
both.
going to talk. Nah, nah. I need to be serious right now.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah, I'm listening. Did
So,
you
did you see this broadcast called? Yeah. Did you see this broadcast called Talk to?
no
Have you seen it?
talk to?
Really? You should see this on the stream. Yeah. It's normal. It's a norm. Yeah. Talk to. Talk to.
Haktua? I've seen Haktua. What do you want from Haktua?
No, talk to. It's a broadcast. It's about science and quantum physics.
Andrew,
So
Andrew,
give it a shot.
Give what? What are you talking about?
Uh, Give it a shot. Try to
Give
watch
what a
Talk to
shot?
a
Try
podcast.
Haktua?
I just say, yeah,
Where
talk to a
where is
podcast
it? Where is
on the
it?
YouTube. Say
Where?
talk to a
Where is the
podcast.
link?
Oh, search it up from your
No, I'm
brave.
not gonna search. No, I'm not gonna search. What do you want to talk
Well,
about?
why?
What do you want to talk
Can't you
about?
trust me?
What do you want to
We
talk
are
about?
going to watch out. Sure. So we are going to watch out that talk to a podcast to see the information and the autonomy from it. We need
What?
informations.
I don't understand what you're saying. What do you want to talk about? Make a proposition. Are you done with the proposition about God?
Nah. Let's focus on this.
No, I'm not gonna watch anything. I'm gonna if I'm gonna watch,
Why?
I don't feel like it. If you're
You
not
don't
even sending
feel?
me, you're not even giving me a link. I'm not gonna
Here it is.
waste. No,
Here is the link. No more excuses for you, slave. Oh my god, you're a slave, literally. You're a master. You got a
this
master's
is the
degree, literally.
Haktua. I've seen the Haktua. I know Haktua.
What? Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not
Watch
interested.
it for me.
No,
No.
Andrew, stop.
Okay, okay, I don't care. Let's focus on our propositions.
Yes, make a
So here is
proposition.
my proposition. If
Yes.
God hypothetically attend to exist, stop cutting
Okay,
me
yeah.
off, please. Yes, thank you.
But you're
Yeah, you
repeating.
need to cut me.
Andrew, why are you
You-
behaving like a crazy person?
I am a crazy person.
No, you're
You
not.
are too.
Stop. You're not a
You're a
crazy.
crazy person.
No. Okay, Andrew. Andrew.
You're naughty.
Okay, Andrew. I told you to. You cannot talk this way. We're on a stream. Look, if you don't feel like talking, we can also not talk. So you can also leave if you want.
I love to communicate with you.
No, you don't,
It's
because you're
awesome.
calling me
I like
names
to
and you're talking about
communicate.
nonsense. I'm gonna have
What
to.
names did I call you?
You
What
called me an
names? Can you state it for me?
N
I
word.
didn't.
Yes, you
I
did.
said, "What's up, my
No, no.
black man?" That's not an N
Andrew,
word.
I'm gonna have to ask you to leave if you continue this behavior.
Sure.
What do you want to do? You want to leave?
Or
No, no, or you have to leave. If you behave this way, you're misbehaving. Then you have to leave.
yeah, my bad, my bad.
Then you choose to leave, or what? What's your decision?
I choose not to leave. That is my proposition.
Andrew, you have to leave.
Stop laughing. Wait, do you know something called manners?
You
We
have
need
to
to
leave.
have
Either you
manners.
leave. Look, either you leave or I leave. What's your preference?
Um, um, God leave. Hug to leave. Anything.
No, I'm gonna leave. All right, I'll see you later.
No. Wait,
Yes, yes,
no. Wait,
yes.
I'm going to leave. Yo,
Okay, goodbye.
continue your stream.
Yeah, okay. All right. But actually, I'm hungry. I think I'm gonna go.
So that has to do with the calculus of variations. Yeah. I mean, just not entirely obvious. I'm here scratching my head literally as like not only a body language kind of indication of where my head is at, but
right.
but also like my head itches.
But yeah, that's so. Yeah, so the
So
function is a little.
it feels like a yeah, it feels like you kind of glossed over the functional.
Yeah, the functional is just if you imagine a normal function like sine of x. Yeah, sine of x just takes in the different.
Meow.
Andrew, you have to leave. You can't stay. You miss. Oh my god. Andrew, stop.
Yo. What's
Okay,
up?
goodbye. All right, I'll go to PNR. Oh my god. Join to create. Wait.
different x values.
Yeah.
And you can plot that, and then you can, if you want to minimize that, well, I guess that's a bad example.
Yeah.
Maybe x squared is a better one. If you minimize that, just set the derivative equal to 0, and you can find minimal point. With the functional, you're actually taking in a bunch of different functions. So instead of sine of x, it's something else that's a functional. It takes in a function. So it's imagine you took in the sine of x as one of your values instead of just a point.
No, it doesn't take a function. It takes a bunch of constraints about an infinite number of functions, which are an infinite number of paths, and it selects one of these infinite paths. The output is a function. The input is an infinite number of functions. And it selects right, the infinite path integral. That's Feynman's technique. The infinite path integral, minimal path integral.
Point. And then that is going to be changed into a minimal value that you find, with the Lagrangian as the kinetic minus potential energy. So you're taking all those paths. So that is what a function basically is. Just instead of taking in points, you're taking in functions into your functional.
Yeah, I remember doing this for classical mechanics.
Yeah.
Like a really rigorous proof.
Oh, did you?
But I've since forgot it.
Yeah. Oh, what we derived the Euler-Lagrange?
The rigorous proof is going to be how the Euler-Lagrange is derived from the principle of least action. That could be the proof. You're never going to prove the principle of least action.
Equations?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And then you deal with the action, and you do like multiple orders, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Well, I was thinking about doing it for this video, but then I decided against it because I wanted to try to see if we can explain this for the audio listeners and keep it highly conceptual, not fall back on the visual aspect. So I'm trying to keep it. I'm trying to explain it as best as I can
That's good.
auditorially.
Well, because I was trying to see examples of a functional. Because even,
I don't know. I can't really
because the thing is, the gears are slowly turning. It's the end of a workday for me, so my gears are really they're rusted.
I should have got an example. I thought about that too beforehand, but I didn't look into it.
But
fast enough to see one.
I thought a functional was a function within a function. It's kind of the exhibit tree. It's kind of a washed.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if Gen Zers would know the exhibit memes anymore. The Yo Dog meme, as otherwise known.
No, it's maybe Inception.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. But yeah, I don't even know if that's true. I have to think about it. I was thinking about that earlier today, but I don't even know if that's true. Like I was thinking sine of x. Sine of x.
Exactly. Yeah, I was thinking I put a cosine in your sine.
There. Yeah. I don't know if that's a functional though. I have to think more, but it sounds like it is. But I don't know. I'm not entirely sure.
It's a party.
I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Right. It's a party within a party.
Yeah, I have to think about it more to give a solid answer. But just know it's something that takes in functions and then regurgitates an answer out or a number out. Like the Lagrangian.
I think that maybe a functional takes in an infinite number of functions and spits out a function, or it takes in constraints, and a functional is something that spits out a function. I don't care what it takes in. It's the output is a function. Maybe that's the definition of a functional.
Just straight up spits out a number after you put the function in a singular value, which would be the
right. It's a party within a party.
Yeah, I have to think about it more to give a solid answer. But just know it's something that takes in functions and then regurgitates an answer out or a number out. Like the Lagrangian just straight up spits out a number after you put the function in a singular value.
No, it doesn't. What?
Functions and then regurgitates an answer out or a number out. Like the Lagrangian just straight up spits out a number after you put the function in a singular value, which would be the minimal energy. But anyway, moving on. So
no, not the minimal energy. It spits out the path.
Oh,
hold on. There's three. Hold on. This is why this is confusing, because there are three definitions according to Wikipedia.
Okay.
In modern linear algebra, refers to a linear mapping from a vector space into its field of scalars.
Fuck that definition. Next.
In mathematical analysis, and more generally and historically, it refers to a mapping from a space into real numbers or complex numbers for the purpose of establishing a calculus like. Okay, whatever. Point is, you map. It's a function that maps into the real numbers to something that you can do calculus on, I guess. Wow, this is math.
Yeah,
this is why I hate about math people doing Wikipedia stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. An example a lot of times is best. I should have just got an example before the podcast.
I mean, we can always do one in post.
Maybe so, yeah.
That's a little computer to say it.
Yeah, so all you listeners, sorry you may not hear it, but
no, you'll hear it.
But anyway,
I'll make sure of it.
Okay, well, if there is one,
I'll make it happen for you.
Right. Well, moving on. So I guess the other interesting things about Lagrange or the Lagrange equations are
No, I want to see if you get into what I want to talk about.
Oh,
go for it.
You want to see? So I got a bunch of stuff. So I guess one of the other interesting things about it is I had a question actually on Twitter. My question was, can you get any equation of motion, or does any equation of motion you can get correspond to a Lagrangian? And the answer is not super obvious. You wouldn't necessarily know immediately off the bat, I don't think. But let me rephrase it again. So it's like if you imagine the equation of motion. So the equation of motion are basically always F equals ma. Various
from a Lagrangian? What? No, you just take the Lagrangian. You have the action. The action is the integral of the Lagrangian over the path. That's the action, and you're trying to extremize or minimize or maximize or get the inflection point, a stationary point of the action. The Lagrangian is is a component in this definition. Do all equations of motion have a corresponding Lagrangian? What's an equation of motion? The Lagrangian is just the kinetic minus the potential energy. That's all it is, isn't it?
Or does any equation of motion you can get correspond to a Lagrangian? And the answer is not super obvious. You wouldn't necessarily know immediately off the bat, I don't think. But let me rephrase it again. So it's like if you imagine the equation of motion. So the equation of motion are basically always F equals ma, various forms of F equals ma. Is there a Lagrangian, which is the expression that
What's the different forms of F equals? There's just one form, F equals ma.
you put into the principle of least action, and then solve the other Lagrange equations? Is there an expression for that, which you can actually get an equation of motion for any system? And surprisingly, what do you think the answer is?
Well, my undergraduate brain would be like high off of my classical mechanics wave, my Taylor book. Be like, of course, of course.
Right, that's all we solved.
Yeah.
Right, but of course the answer is no. So the answer is no. Yeah. And one, I guess, really kind of feasible example you can think of is non-conservative systems.
Right.
So for one, you can't, the normal Lagrangian is for conservative systems. But, there's things in mathematics called Lagrange multipliers and whatnot that you can actually add in if you have, like, let's say, dissipative forces like friction.
Yeah, I forgot about those.
Right. So that's one example. And of course, there's the other one. But yeah, the other one is non-holonomic systems, which basically just means path-dependent systems. So that's the other example of, what Lagrangians, God, my brain's now. What's happening?
It's hitting bedtime for you.
Path dependent means that the path itself, you could have multiple. You could have multiple paths that all minimize. So if that's basically, I would say, non-conservative. If the system does not conserve energy, then it's path dependent. So you can have multiple paths. There's no single solution, maybe.
Damn, well, what are they saying? Yeah, we might cut this.
Yeah, we will. Just put a marker down. No, because you're saying non-holonomic, which are path dependent. So there are two things. There are two limitations to the Euler-Lagrange.
Yeah.
It doesn't solve every system for you because, like I hinted at earlier, the non-conservative forces, the non-conservative forces, and the non-holonomic ones, which are they're path dependent phenomena.
Right.
Which, like, I can't really think of. I don't know. Can you think of something that's like a path dependent?
Yeah, Will can actually give an example.
Oh, he did.
He said a coin rolling on a surface.
Why?
I guess it's friction.
Oh, okay.
I think
like the ridges or something. Oh, you're just saying like flat on it. Yeah,
this is dissipative.
Gotcha.
I didn't think about it enough, but
yeah, because I was saying path dependent. I don't know what's a good colloquial way to put it. Because usually the textbook stuff is just like, oh well, imagine yourself.
Does make sense because you imagine on a table. If you go zigzag on a table,
let's say literally there's two paths. Let's say you have a high point. The water is on the top of a hill, and the water is going to roll down the hill to the bottom of the hill. But let's say there's multiple paths that the water can go down the hill. Actually, the water can go down the hill. Let's say if it's a symmetric hill, the water can go down any direction. So all the directions are equal. So, or let's say there's two paths. Let's say there's two paths that the water can go down the hill, or three paths. Why should there be only one path? There could be two. Could be multiple. Maybe.
Yeah. You have more friction on that system. Whereas you just go straight across, you have less friction. So the path really does depend on how much dissipative force you have.
I guess so. Yeah.
You see what I mean? Yeah. Like in a gravitational well, it doesn't matter if you zigzag right, because you're not dissipating whether you zigzag left or right.
That's true. Yeah.
It only matters one direction.
Yeah.
When you're on a table with friction, I mean, you really have to take it.
You really do have to take.
Yeah, the whole path, right? So path dependent, I think, just means in that sense. God, my brain's slow today.
No,
just because we're doing it late.
Yeah, we are. But I was thinking, something that scared us, and I was trying to conceptualize more about what the action is.
Yeah.
Because the action the units for action are kind of interesting.
Ah, yes.
Energy times time.
Right.
The action is mvs. It's mass times velocity times distance. And velocity is distance over time. So it's mass times distance squared over time. But mass times distance, it's basically angular velocity. So action is angular momentum, not angular velocity, because there's an m. So it's angular velocity, actually. It's in terms of angular momentum.
Weird as hell.
Because usually
Joule seconds.
Joule seconds. Because you want to be able to say, I don't know. I think the natural conception is like energy per unit time.
Right. We've had this discussion before because
I don't think on the podcast.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying. Yeah, we've done it. We've done it maybe off the podcast, but yeah, it's weird when you have units that are multiplying, right? Kind of hard to understand what that means.
Is it energy per unit time? I mean, it's energy times distance.
It's easier to understand, like if you think velocity, like meters per second, just feels real intuitive, right?
Yeah.
You know, I run this amount of distance in this amount of time, real clear. But I guess with multiply units, it's a little bit less intuitive, but it becomes more intuitive when it's equal something. Because then you just say like, oh, the action has a directly proportional relationship to energy and time. So when the time goes up, the action goes up. When the energy goes up, the action goes up as well. But just the Joule second part on its own is a little bit hard to conceptualize. But then there's also the weird property of the action, or of the Lagrangian, where you, or I guess the action, sorry, where you get the energy times time, but that's actually the same.
The Lagrangian is energy. But you integrate the energy over distance, so it's energy times distance.
Dimensions as angular momentum, which is also fucked up. I don't even think
angular momentum. There you go.
It's time, but that's actually the same dimensions as angular momentum, which is also fucked up.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah,
holy shit.
Right. So you're like, what the hell is going on?
What do you mean you didn't think about that? That's the derivation of Bohr's model. That's the Sommerfeld model, and that's the Stern-Gerlach experiment.
Like what the hell? How is angular momentum and the action have the same units? Because angular momentum is kilogram times meters per second, and then joules is what Newton meters seconds, and Newton's is kilograms meters per second squared. So then you have Newton meters squared per second, I believe, right? And then, oh yeah, I'm sorry, and momentum, angular momentum is kilograms meters squared per second, so they have the same units or the same dimensions.
Curious.
So they actually don't have the same units. This is something I thought about, luckily for the podcast, because I think I would have been stuck on it for now. But it's interesting because it actually doesn't have the same units. So this is one thing I've reconciled with myself a little bit better over the past few years is that with angular phenomenon, usually with angular phenomenon, you get these overlapping units of other things because you add in an extra radius part or something.
Yeah.
But it's really the invisible unit of radians that is the issue as well.
Oh. Okay.
So with the radian, when you add in the radian into angular momentum, then it becomes different units. So it becomes kilograms meters per second times or meter squared per second radian.
Interesting.
Yeah. So the radians are kind of fucked up. You know, we just are told to ignore it in undergrad. You kind of just forget about it. You're like, okay, good, I'll take anything that I can just ignore, and you forget about it. But the radian really kind of distinguishes the angular phenomena from some of the other quantities.
True.
And I guess the radian really is kind of a unit because if you think about it, like what is a radian? Like you think pi radians, it's dimensionless, but really if you think about it, it's circumference divided by diameter.
Yeah.
So it is something. It's just a dimensionless unit.
Yeah.
So it kind of gets lost, you know, if you really don't think about it. So when you think of angular phenomenon, you see that there's a unit that matches it. Just remember that it's a lot of times has to do with that invisible radian.
True. Damn.
Yeah. So I reconcile that with the action. So the action in the angular momentum, well, it might be cool to find some crazy relation.
Wow, that's incredible.
Between them, they're actually not related. Just has to do with the radian fucking everything up.
Damn. Well, that's probably, you heard it here first, probably.
Right. Well, maybe I don't know.
Maybe as an undergrad. As an undergrad, I'd sure be like, dude,
you blow my mind.
Yeah, there's a deeper connection here going on.
Right.
Yeah, because like action is one of these things that I think you just wouldn't have. I just feel like it's a much deeper conception, but I don't know. Maybe because I mean you have to think about the units for the Planck.
Joule seconds.
Yeah, Joule seconds. It's like, huh?
Yeah.
Curious.
Yeah, there is deeper you can go, right? I haven't reconciled that yet.
Yeah.
Like it is kind of strange, like why Joule seconds, and then of course the Planck's constant shows up in everything quantum, right?
Yeah.
And then quantum mechanics is like this extremely fundamental part of our world. You know, what I mean,
curious.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, like why Planck's constant?
Why is this literally fundamental unit?
Yeah. So really, why Joule seconds? I can't really answer that.
No, I mean it's just a feature that it's just like, oh, we know this is the units, and some people that are like natural unit supremacists, or what are they called?
Pretty much. I like that name, natural unit supremacists.
It's just, I mean, they're just so like
theorists.
Yeah.
So the Planck is related to the action. Wow. Planck and action are the same units.
They're just like, don't pay any attention to that. It's pointless to ruminate on.
Set equals 1. All the day.
Because I mean, they might say it's pointless to ruminate on, but I think it's an interesting thing. That it's an interesting to ponder.
Yeah.
To think like, oh, this, you know, the concept of action shows up at the most fundamental scale.
Right.
And like, if you want to speculate on it, I don't know. I think I can't even. Would you want to speculate?
I can't really. This is why I'm afraid to talk about the Lagrangian or the Lagrangian equations, because it's like it goes so deep that I think it takes a lot of mental power and understanding and sifting through equations and really thinking about these things to understand really deep stuff about it. Yeah. And the Joule second stuff, I mean, I still don't really know what to make.
I'm
of
gonna
it,
speculate.
Really. Okay,
I'm gonna speculate.
All right.
Especially with like.
One's going out on a limb here.
please don't crucify me for this. No, but in the sort of things that I've kind of been cooking up in my head, I was thinking, well, like action kind of seems like it's almost like this kind of ties into information, but it's like weird that it's something that happens in time.
Okay.
I don't know. And then the fact that it's like the Planck scale, it's at the, or let's just entertain the thought that, you know, it's not just a units thing that just happens conveniently to work out.
Right,
you know?
right. You're saying the unit somehow is like some fundamental.
Let's assume it's a fundamental thing.
Nothing like that. Yeah. The Planck's, I think it's fair because the Planck's constant itself is a mysterious constant, and it is fundamental in so many things.
Yeah.
In quantum mechanics.
What if that's like a carrier thing? In my head, I'm speculating, but I'm like, oh, maybe what if it's like this thing that's maybe relaying something as a carrier? I don't know.
Like it's carrying some amount of information. You're saying?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Hey,
Well,
just throwing it out there.
it's the quantum. It's literally the quantity of quantum. Like, H bar is literally everything in quantum. Right?
Hey,
It's everywhere.
it's quantum. What do you want me to do here? It's the Planck's constant. He's like walking through the door. Oh, here we go. Shit's about to get quantum.
That's pretty much.
That's a t-shirt.
Right.
H bar showing up.
That's pretty good. H walking to the bar.
Dude, oh shit. H is wait, hold on. Did you say H is walking to a bar?
No, I didn't say that, but
oh,
that's a good idea too.
So an H, that's a good physics joke. So an H walks into a bar.
There's something there. You can finish in the comments.
Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, that's an aside. That's a speculation for it. I think there is something interesting, and I know we've kind of had conversations about it in the school library at some point.
Yeah. Well, did you want to know some more interesting things about that? So I guess the other thing that I had on my list with the Lagrangian equation is the whole fact of why Lagrangian for class mech, why Lagrangian for quantum field theory, why no Lagrangian for quantum mechanics.
Interesting.
So that's another question where you're like, because you think of it as this real deep fundamental thing. Mm-hmm. So you're saying, I use Lagrangian all day in class mechanics.
Yes, Felstaff. What do you want?
What do I want?
Yeah, you're making noise. Yeah, what do you want to talk about?
I wasn't making any noise. What are you talking about?
Yes, you were.
No.
Well, maybe I misheard. Go ahead. Would you like to discuss quantum mechanics?
Not really.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a quantum mechanist.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, what would you like to talk about? I see I sent you a friend request and you haven't answered yet.
I don't friend request very many people, or accept the requests of very many people. Not really a social butterfly.
It says that you yell into your mic and I had to mute you. It says here best to keep you muted.
Oh, you did that? Wow.
No, it just says it's that.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that too. You were like, you muted me, and then you shit talked me for like 20 minutes, and you couldn't get your mind off me. It was really strange.
Mm-hmm. I don't
All
remember.
I did was like blow into my mic once because somebody was saying something really stupid or something like that.
Well, you hurt my ears, and my ears are sensitive, so you gotta watch out.
Wow. You should turn your mic down if your ears.
Well, I have bad hearing, so I have to turn my mic up, and then you yell into my ears, you hurt my ears, so I don't know what to do. You have to
I think it's deserved.
It's deserved? What's deserved?
At that point.
What are you talking about?
It was karmic justice that you got your ears right. Right.
You hurt my ears. What's karma?
Yes.
That's like you hurt me. That's not karma. That's you misbehave.
Yeah, no, I don't know what the act is, right? But for some reason, karma brought you to not be able to hear whatever I or somebody else was saying. And so you turned your mic up, and then that was the moment.
I'm an old man. Old men have bad hearing.
Yeah, that's also karma. That's like lifelong karma, though.
Because I'm old, it's karma. Because of karma, I'm old.
Because, well, not all old people are built the same, right?
Oh my
God. Some have more.
Anyway,
like,
do you want to talk about something interesting and not bore me to death? Maybe.
Are you bored, or
Yes.
can you just not contend?
I'm just bored. You're just boring. Let's talk about something interesting.
Your subjective opinion on interesting is what I'm worried about in this. Bringing up the conversation. I don't know if I could satisfy your
Okay,
demand.
okay. Are you curious about anything in the universe?
In the universe?
Yes, the universe. Yes.
Like any known concept that we can
whatever. Are you curious about anything? Please don't waste my time.
Okay. Let me think. Anything. In Star Trek, the first generation, what was Picard's overall goal through the whole show?
I never watched anything to do with Picard. That's not that. I only know the original series.
or the next generation. I said the first generation. I meant the next
I don't know
generation.
anything. I never saw a single
Well, what
episode.
the hell? You
Yeah,
told
I'm
me
old. I
anything in
told
this
you I'm old.
universe.
I told you. I
Yeah,
told
you
you.
should have seen it then if you're old.
I tried. I
I
find
shouldn't
it.
even know about it.
I tried, but it's no. I'm older than that. For me, the next generation is like when I was already old. The next generation came out. I'm super old.
You can't be. You'd be like 60 if that
Well,
were true.
yeah. Well. What do you know? What do you know?
You're 60 years old?
Maybe. Maybe. Who knows?
You're kidding me, dude. You're
What
kidding
can I
me. That's
do?
not real.
What can I do? I cannot help you with that. Nevertheless, do you want to talk about something?
You can't help me by telling me. I want to know one thing in this universe is how old exactly you are.
Okay, cannot help you with that. We can discuss anything that is in this
Damn.
universe except for me. So we can discuss anything in the universe that is not me.
Okay, what were some popular television series in the 70s?
Oh my god. In the 70s, we had Battlestar Galactica. We had the $6 million guy. We had obviously Star Trek, the original Star Trek. I don't know what else. Maybe Wonder Woman. I don't know what else.
What about the 50s?
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Okay, so we've got 50 to 70s. What about the 60s?
I wouldn't know anything about that either.
Okay, so using the methods of a binary search, we've concluded that between 60 and 70. Now, what was a hit song in 65?
I don't know.
Okay. What was a hit song in 70?
I wouldn't know. How would I know these things?
How would you know?
Yeah, how would I know?
What do you mean? How would you know?
Do you think I was a music listener? I was listening to music my whole life?
Potentially. I mean, this is
No.
about the universe that we live in. So,
No.
I think you would know, some surface.
No. All I know, I can tell you songs that I've heard, like, but you know these bands like Queen and ABBA and the Rolling Stones.
You're right. It is a tricky.
Yeah.
I'd have to get into world events. I actually don't know that many.
I don't know world events either.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. I'm not a world events type of guy.
Yeah, but you would know of them as having happened.
Just like you. I'm just, I'm into history, so I know a little bit of history. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything. Anyway, but this is boring. It doesn't matter if I know, if I don't know. If you want to discuss the original Star Trek, we can discuss it. I happen to be an expert.
Well, it's just you said you were, you could answer questions about the universe.
Yeah.
That's a concept in our universe.
Yeah, but I
Absolutely.
find that, a boring concept. We need to discuss something that is not boring.
Not boring.
Not boring.
Concept.
Are you in high school? Or are you not
No.
yet in high school?
Am I not yet in high school?
Yeah.
That's what you're asking.
Yeah.
I sound like I could be in junior high school.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you, I guess. I wish I
Yeah.
was.
I mean, you're not adulting well.
I'm not adulting well.
No, you're not.
How? How's that?
You're being extremely boring. Like like a
Adults are infamously known for being fun. Fun
yes,
people.
of course.
Infamously.
Famously. You're boring.
Adults don't know how to have fun.
You're
Children
like
know how to have fun.
even a little girl is less boring than you.
Yeah, that I would expect a little. They have like flourishing imaginations with thoughts that I couldn't even come up with in my wildest dreams. They
Do you
may not be
know
coherent.
anything about physics?
I know a touch.
Do you know mathematics?
Yeah, I know
Do
a
you know the
touch.
principle of least action? Have you ever heard of it?
Principle of least action. Like, is this like a tunneling thing?
No, it's a very basic principle in it's called Lagrangian mechanics.
Okay.
It's very similar to Newtonian mechanics. It's like next level. It's after Newtonian mechanics. They teach you Lagrangian mechanics. Very useful in quantum mechanics.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do you know what a Hamiltonian is?
You're doing what to Tony?
Do you know what a Hamiltonian is?
A Hamiltonian?
Yes.
Somebody who believes in something a guy named Hamilton said?
Oh my god. Anyway, what do you want to talk about that is not boring me to the death? Because at this rate, I'm not going to survive.
You're not gonna survive?
No, I'm
Oh
not
no, get better.
surviving. I'm not doing well during this conversation. It's not even a conversation. I don't even know what it is. It doesn't even qualify as a conversation.
I'm not so sure how to satisfy you. Can't do
Well,
it.
just like be interesting, like not be boring. Please don't be boring.
What is a Hamiltonian?
It doesn't matter. I don't know. I was gonna ask you if you can explain it to me.
Okay, well I can't explain it to
Well,
you.
there you go. All right, let's continue
Yeah.
trying. Do you know? Do you know how to pick up a chick?
Do I know how to pick up a chick?
Yes. How do you pick
No.
up a chick? So if you see a hot chick,
No.
what do? You poop your pants?
Nothing. No, I just don't react.
You just don't. So you just let her go, let her walk on by.
Sure, she's probably a turbo whore anyway. Like if listen, there's a
Mhm.
phenomenon that's folding out, right, where men aren't asking women out because they're too hot and they're too scared, right? And there's too much pressure. But I don't know. I don't subscribe to this. I just don't think she would be the candidate because she's probably is a whore. It's gotta be real. Just gotta be real. Good looking, sexy looking women, most likely whores. They've been. This is political in nature, not quantum mechanical, but they've been conditioned to be whores in my generations.
Mhm.
So yeah, I'm not going to. No, that's not. I'm not going to go approach them.
I mean, you don't have to approach.
I
I
get
mean,
some play. I get some play, but among like humble nerd girl type people.
okay. So how do you do that?
Usually, I've already like been acquainted with them for a bit.
Okay.
And then you just I don't know. It often like school is a good pickup way.
Yeah.
I don't know. For those women, like literally going and studying and talking to them, like literally, that's it.
That's good.
Oh, sure, but it's not a picking up women. Like it's not like I'm gonna like take them from there to my room and seduce them.
Look, you don't have to. I mean, but what if you see a really, really hot chick? So
Then I'm
wait,
gonna let them go, dude. They're probably a whore. Like that's the most likely. And while that might make my like badoinkadoink my penis feel my peanuts, you know, feel good because I got a fucking hot girl who's experienced or something. It's not really like one. I don't go out to like a bar or a setting where these women would be at.
you're
If I
Canadian.
was there, I am, yeah.
Okay. Go on.
I wouldn't be in a setting to pick these women up or to even see them. But if I were, I would let them go. I wouldn't do anything. I wouldn't react. If anything, that probably makes them more curious, I would argue, which works against my hypothesis. But I'm not going to cave, so doesn't mean anything.
What cave?
Yeah,
I didn't get it. What cave? What do you mean cave?
cave, go out of my way to ask them out because like I'm so overwhelmed by FOMO of having a hot woman.
I don't get it. I'm completely
FOMO, fear of missing out.
I'm completely lost. So you see a hot chick.
Your
Let's.
argument is you see a hot chick, right?
Mhm.
And you get the fear of missing out on having sex or dating this hot chick, right? So the fear of missing out compels you to go talk to them. But I'm not really like
I mean,
afraid
why
of
would you
missing out
say
on this hot woman.
why would you say that it's the fear of missing out? What about the potential of a relationship with a great chick?
What
Right?
about what?
But instead of saying the fear, instead of using a negative emotion, a negative incentive, why not talk about the positive incentive that when you see a hot chick, she might be a great companion. She might be smart. She might like you. You might like the same things. You never know. How do you know? Like, why do you give up?
It doesn't matter.
Why?
I don't give up. I just don't buy into the fear in the first place.
No. Why are you
You're
mentioning?
sitting here hoping every hoe in the club is a quantum physicist, and I'm here saying no, they're most likely a dumb broad. They're most likely had a lot of bodies. Often the reason that they are sexy in the first place is because they're wearing something entirely like inappropriate for any other context but being in a bar.
I'm. I. But you never know.
You're mad that I'm not like giving into my peanuts, dude. Like I don't know what to tell you. Like women
I'm
aren't that
angry.
tantalizing that I'm going to
I'm
like throw
angry.
everything away.
I'm
Stop what
angry.
I'm doing, drink my drink, and go talk to the woman because I'm afraid she's gonna leave.
I mean, you don't want to be like a creep. You wanna. You don't want to
I'm
make
not
her
saying be a creep.
leave.
No, but you're saying you gotta act so
I
that
don't
before
say
she
you gotta
leaves,
do. I
you
didn't
have your
say.
shot.
No,
Like
I didn't say you gotta do anything. I'm saying if you see a hot chick, like if you see the hottest chick you've ever seen in your entire life, imagine that she could be your wife. Maybe she is.
no,
Maybe she's a great.
I don't want.
Why don't
I
you
don't want
want?
that. She's probably a whore.
Okay,
Like,
but maybe she is a great companion. Maybe you will
no.
enjoy her company. How do you know?
In all probability, if she is dressing this certain way, she looks attractive, real sexy, like she's done her makeup real sexy, like
No,
she
no,
does
no.
it because she enjoys
No,
that
no, no.
attention,
No,
right? And
no.
the only
No, no,
people who
no.
can enjoy that attention
No,
are the
no,
people who
no.
sleep around,
No, no,
who
no.
attract the men to them, and who want to be
No.
fought over and a
No.
material.
No, no, no. Let's say she dresses just how you like her to dress. Let's say she's the perfect chick. She's just what you've always looked for. She dresses modestly, she's modest, she's very shy. She's
Well,
perfect.
now we're getting. Well,
Hmm.
yeah. Now I'm not having the big fucking. Oh, I've got to go like talk to her and like pick her up. Like over time, I'm going to like develop some kind of relationship. Like I would know this person then, like if this is the same person that
But what
is
if
like
what if
objective
you're never gonna
and
see her again? This is
well,
like
why would I? Then no. Yeah, then no.
she's in your neighborhood, but this is
What?
the first time you're
Delivering
seeing
pizzas?
this is the first time that you're seeing her. Let's say in the supermarket, you're seeing her for the first time.
Yeah, no, I'm not going up to people at the supermarket, dude.
Let's say
Gonna pick
she's
them up at the
let's say she's
supermarket.
right let's say she's right behind you uh on the on the queue in the cashier, and you're waiting there. You have nothing to do, she has nothing to do. You're gonna be stuck there. Let's say it's a long line, very slow. There's a bunch of huge
Yeah, I
shopping
am
carts.
not making a big enough impact on that woman in the fucking grocery store line when she also wants to just go home. That she's gonna like unless I'm Turbo Chad. If I'm Turbo Chad, sure,
What is
I'll make a move.
turbojet? What does that mean?
Like I'm actually Ryan Gosling. Like I am in the flesh Ryan Gosling standing in the grocery
I
store
don't know
line in
who
front of
that
this person.
is. Who is
Oh my good lord.
Ryan
Fuck,
Gosling?
man. You're fucking 80 years old. Like
Why would you compare yourself to some? I don't care. Why are you comparing yourself to someone?
because there are certain people who command not only power by their looks, but they're just, they inspire
Yeah, but
women by their
maybe you
looks.
can become Ryan Gosling.
No, I cannot. I cannot
How do you
become Ryan
know?
Gosling.
How do
I
you
could
know?
act like Ryan
All
Gosling,
right,
but
there you
Ryan Gosling
go.
is Ryan
There
Gosling.
you go.
There's a reason we say Ryan Gosling and not the Ryan Gosling architecture type of the face. Because Ryan Gosling is Ryan Gosling. Like you can't replicate that. It's not a type. It's not an archetype. It's not something you can have. It's his.
I'm
He is
not
him.
following. I'm not following you. I'm sorry.
When did you stop following? Was it archetype you didn't understand? Was it like face type? Like you don't know the attributes attributed to Ryan Gosling. We don't understand that they aren't attributable to other people. Oh, you left. You didn't understand. You didn't understand.
Sorry, I
You
wasn't
can only
listening.
take discrete orbits.
Yeah. How do you know? Like, why do you think you're not as good as Ryan Gosling, whoever that is?
Why am I not as good as Ryan Gosling?
Yeah,
Because I
Gosling.
don't look like Ryan Gosling, and I don't have
What does he
an
look
acting
like?
career.
What does he look like?
Look at him. You've got to look at a picture of him. Right?
Do you think chicks care how you look?
Oh, chicks do, right? Especially if it's something
Are
like the
you
grocery
hideous? Are
store
you
line.
hideous?
No, but I can be unkempt at times.
Unkempt?
Yeah, I got I got some pretty long ass hair that I can't really tame sometimes.
Wait.
I cut it off, but
So are you? Look, but you never know. Maybe you will.
but you do know.
How do
You
you
do
know?
know.
How do
Like
you know?
you can gauge by a person's face. Like if you look over to that person and they're looking at you,
So
and
you're what
like
they call
right, you can
you're.
gauge.
Wait. So do you belong to the community known as Black Pill?
No, I'm
Mm-hmm.
not a black pillar. I'm a white pillar, actually.
What's a white
But that
pillar?
doesn't mean that I
Never heard.
can't also be a realist. A white pill, it's
Mhm.
like the opposite of black pill.
So that's good.
Literally.
So that means you
Uh,
believe that you can walk up to a chick
No,
and
but there's realism. No. I don't believe I can do that. Nobody can really do that.
What?
Unless they command real power, real respect.
No. What does that mean? What does that even mean?
Okay,
How
you're at
would
the
she
grocery
know?
store.
How
Let's
would she,
remember you're at the grocery store. You're
how
not
would
at a social event,
how would
right?
she know? But she's also at a grocery store. You belong to the same social strata.
No, the social culture at the grocery store is not to fraternize and talk to each other. Right?
What?
It's to get your groceries.
No, but you're
Yes.
spending time. You're gonna be like a few minutes
It's
at
only
least.
in extremely extenuating circumstances, like you're in a line that's not moving,
All right.
where you're even like having time to talk to other people.
All right. All right. What if she talks to you?
Well, then I would talk to her. Even if some weird like fucking crackhead dude started talking to me, I'm gonna say something back just to acknowledge that I was spoken to.
What if she says, "Do you know what time it is?"
I'm gonna tell her the time,
And then what?
and then she'll know the time.
You still not gonna talk to her?
No, why would I need to?
Oh my god.
I mean,
Okay, what, I give
unless
up.
I can like assess that like she's absolutely doing this because she is like I can see she was just on her phone, and then she put her phone away and it didn't like die, like the screen was still on, and she's asking me what time it is. That makes no sense. Obviously, she's trying to talk to me. I don't know. Maybe I'll stall out. I won't come up with a reason how right off the bat because I'm sitting in the grocery store. I'm not like sitting out at the club, thinking up an approach.
What if you leave the grocery store with your bag and she's outside like waiting for someone and you're passing by and now you're already
And
this is the second time you're seeing her, so would you say hi this time?
no, now that's when it gets super awkward. Then you're like seeing her a bunch of times. Like that's when it
Wait,
gets
so
super awkward.
what if it's the third time? What if
For
you
both
see
them
her?
and you.
What if you see her every day or whatever? You see her because she's in the neighborhood. You see her a lot. Would you ever say hi?
Not unless it's like
What if she has a puppy?
a
Would you ask
circumstance.
her? Would you ask her the puppy's name?
No. Why
What
would
if
I
the
ask
puppy
the dog?
likes you? The puppy starts jumping all over you. Would you stop and talk to the puppy at least?
Probably.
And then let's say she says, "Oh, he likes you." What would you say?
I guess so. Because the dog is
So
jumping on
she has what mountain does she need to climb in order for you to start talking to her? What's going on with you?
that there is no reason that we need to be acquainted at all.
She is a hot chick. So are you gay?
No, what? No.
A hot chick.
I give up. I don't know what to do with
The
you. Oh my
criteria
god.
is steeper
You're
than hot
basically
chick with a
black.
dog.
You're gray pill. You're not black pill, but I would say you're almost
No,
black pill.
what I choose to do, right, has nothing to do with whether or not I think I'm gonna do it, right?
What?
It's the reason I'm not like outwardly fear of missing out on the hot girl.
Why do
is
you
'cause I
keep
don't
using
really
the word
much care.
fear? Why do you keep referencing fear? What's going
Because
on
it's
with
a
fear?
phenomena in our psyche, the fear of missing out. It's like
Why
it's
do you keep
literally
bringing it
like
up?
pseudoscience psychobabble, but it's used all the time to talk about the feeling of like that you get when you're like, oh,
But
this
what about
moment's
the
fleeting, the
potential? Okay,
chance
but look at
is
the.
fleeting, the moment's
Stop,
passing. I can't do
stop,
it. I need to
stop
like,
steamrolling.
I need to
Stop
do whatever I can.
steamrolling. Stop steamrolling the conversation, dude. Anyway, I give up. I don't know what else to do with you. It sounds like whatever. I guess you're young. I don't know. Maybe like who have you been listening to like someone? Do you or is this belief did it evolve in your mind spontaneously? Like did someone influence you
It's
to
evolved from
it's
like a noticed pattern of behavior.
but you've
And
heard
like I'm gonna
men
say, I've not had no play. Like I said,
yeah,
I've been in the block,
okay.
so to say.
Right.
And none of it was this like extremely
I understand.
rushed and like critical
I
process. It
understand. I
was a
understand.
slow
I
and
understand. I
methodical.
understand. I understand. I understand. I'm just saying I understand. I'm just saying that sometimes like if you I'll tell you like my strategy. My strategy is to always try. Like if I'm out of the house and there's a hot chick behind me in front of me in the grocery line, like I make
Does that work much for you now that you're 60?
yeah, sure. I
You're
picked
picking
up
up hot women?
I pick up also hot and also
Hot 60-year-olds or like hot
uh
20-year-olds? 'Cause there's a big
uh
difference.
I've picked up the hottest
Y
20-year-old
están
in the club.
partes de nuestro
Did you?
afán.
Yeah.
Does that have
Sí,
anything
que
to do
dicen
with
que
the
caí,
like the
me fui
seeming
al
uh
puesto que
seemingly
tengo
vast
allí.
knowledge of quantum theory that you have? Does that have
No.
anything to do with the amount of money you earn from your specialized background?
No, I just walked up to her. She didn't know anything about me. I just
Oh,
walked.
really? You're like you're decrepit. You're walking up. You have a cane, and you're just like, hey, young sugar lips, you want to come out to my hotel room tonight?
No,
And she came with you.
I would never say something like that creepy to a chick. Of course she would kick me in the nuts right away.
So what was it then? What did you do that you? What quality did you possess?
There's no quality. I just said hi.
You just went up and said hi, and she said, "I'm leaving the bar with you right now." And all
No,
the other
but
guys that were trying to pick up the hottest girl in the bar didn't because some guy in a movie about schizophrenia said that wouldn't happen.
I was with a friend who's young and he has a six pack, and he
And he
also
was your wingman?
no, but he also tried to pick her up, and she basically kicked him in the nuts. She turned him down
She
violently.
kicked him in the
She
nuts?
didn't. I said she basically kicked. Anyway, he didn't get her. Like other men tried to pick her up, and they were hopeless. And I was able to talk to her the entire night and take her number, and she was, I was able
This sounds
to.
highly hypothetical. I don't know.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm just
Did this
telling
happen
you.
in the 80s?
No, no. It look, you asked me, I told you about my method, and you asked me about my stats. My stats are good, and my method
I
works.
don't actually. I know. I imagine your stats are decent. Like most adults that are people born before my era in 2000s, long before that, they got a ton of play because they lived in a whole different society. There's a lot of weird like brain ticks we've developed since then, especially in young women on birth control. That makes these like what your approach, sure, that probably did work in the 80s, being like a real chill
No, this
guy.
was
What's up,
no,
honey?
There's not
fucking buying her a drink. You're down to earth. You know what you're talking about. But that doesn't like essentially last forever. Romans didn't riz up women like this. They probably just fucking disregarded them to the highest regard. And women just got picked, usually, or traded.
All right.
So
Okay.
it's not a process that stands the test of time to say you can raise up women this way.
Okay.
They'll
Anyway.
have different favors, different needs, different wants.
All right. Okay. Anyway, this was finally a very interesting conversation. So at least we got that. At least we have a very deep.
After I've said this, is
Mhm.
that what you mean? Or after? Okay, so what
No.
about the tics of the brain do you think is really interesting?
I think that this conversation finally, I was able to have a deep disagreement with you, and I really enjoyed finally, getting to understand how you think and who you are. So,
What did you conclude?
Nothing. At least, I didn't conclude anything. I mean, I told you already everything. I think you're gray pilled. And
I'm gray pilled.
yeah, I think you're
What does
losing.
gray pilled mean? I can understand like it means in the middle.
It's
But what does
very.
it actually
It's dark.
mean? What do
You're
you think I'm?
dark. You're almost black. You're not black pilled, but you're in between. So, like, there's like you said, there's nothing a chick can do. If she's hot, you're not going to do anything. It's like she like no hint that she will ever give you will make you make a move. Like there's nothing she's going to do that will make you respond positively to her. So fine. It's up to you. Like got it. And I told you my stats, and you dismissed my stats. That's also fine.
I don't dismiss your stats. I imagine you do. But I'm saying your stats aren't based on today, unless you're
Yes, they
telling me you're
are.
walking into the club today.
Yes, yes, today. Yes, my
Girls don't kick
stats.
guys in the nuts like at the club for nothing.
I didn't. I said basically. I didn't say okay. Whatever. Okay. Look, I gotta go. Finally, all I want to say is it was finally a good conversation. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, man. I'll catch
You're
you
welcome.
later.
Goodbye.
Bye bye. All right, interesting conversation. Obviously, yeah, we know that a lot of people are black pilled, gray pilled, purple pilled. Let me see this guy. I mean, John talks about these people all the time. There's nothing you can do about them. I mean, fine, whatever. He wants to lose out on opportunities. That's up to him. So, I mean, a hot chick, she sleeps around. How do you know? And what if she does? Who cares? Maybe she's gonna be forever yours or whatever. Who cares? She's a hot chick. Why do you care what she does? You're gonna have access to a hot chick and you're just gonna skip it? Bizarre. Anyway, so I wrote this guy. This is about a very important. This is Niels Bohr created the quantum. How Niels Bohr created the quantum atom. I mean, Bohr ended up being, I would say, the worst person in all of quantum mechanics. A complete disaster for humanity. So, orbit, the animation shows a planetary model. Yeah, it ended up being this is before de Broglie, but that is explicitly not Bohr's model. No, this is incorrect. Bohr proposed that the electron is not a point. Like, yes, he did. Rather, an electron is wave. No, that's de Broglie in the ether. No. If you don't understand, or if you feel this is arbitrary, then please contact me for further explanation of how the ether model explains quantum mechanics classically, or watch me videos. No, 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 no. This is completely incorrect. Says the planetary model is not Bohr's model, but Rutherford's model, which was improved by Bohr by including the quantum hypothesis. Yeah, why are you so hell-bent on telling us that you don't understand physics? For one thing, an electron is not a point particle and it's not a wave either. It's a quantum of energy. We teach this in high school. Where were you paying any attention? I'm just going to take this comment off. It's a terrible comment. Yeah. Yeah. Because later I discovered that I misunderstood the timeline. So there you go. All right. Actually, now I'm starving. This is a good video. These guys are really great. Too bad they stopped. And someone is watching us, but I don't know who it is. Anyway, I gotta go. I gotta go eat. I'll catch you later. Bye bye.